and so say you all.
That's good.
And the matter of statement of the deputy, please.
Listen, you guys. Hey, welcome back to the channel. This is Nathan Daly. I'm your law enforcement translator, you guys. Listen, you guys been with me, been following me on this trial with Kim Potter in regards to Daunte Wright. And it's been an interesting roller coaster. 14 days later, well, the jury came to their verdict, you guys. It's exactly what I was explaining to you. What they say, they found her guilty. They found her guilty on all charges. All charges. Welcome, you guys. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live stream. This is a live stream. We're doing this because of this guilty verdict that we just got from the jury with Kim Potter. I'm going to pull it up for those who haven't seen it. Let's share this. Give me 1 second, you guys. Share screen. Yeah, she's guilty. She's guilty. She's guilty. And I know there's some people who aren't happy about that. I know some people feel some kind of way about that, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it in this stream. So let's take a look. Let's go ahead and play this so you guys can see. This is the judge reading back the information. Welcome to the chat, you guys. Welcome, welcome. Make yourself at home. It's my first impromptu live stream. We're gonna
Seated.
We got stuff in the background.
Members of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict? Okay. Will the deputy please retrieve the verdict forms and provide it to me for review? Ms. Potter, please rise. I'm now going to read your verdicts as it will appear in the permanent court records of Hennepin County. In the matter of State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter, court file number 27 CR 217490, we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the first degree while committing a misdemeanor on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And the verdict was agreed to at the hour of 11:40 a.m. and signed by the jury person on 12/23/21.
Mm-hmm.
The verdict on count 2 is we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the second degree, culpable negligence on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And that verdict was agreed to at 10:30 a.m. on 12/21.
Yep. Guilty, you guys.
Members of the jury,
Guilty.
This is your true and correct verdict. So say you one, and so say you all.
That's good.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, I am now going to poll the jury. Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
It is. Okay, let me stop it there.
This is your true and correct verdict. Juror number 7.
Okay. You guys see the verdict. You see the verdict. We're talking guilty on all accounts. What did we just see? Guilty on 1, guilty on 2. You guys, this is deeper, right? We have just yesterday I had an officer, a gentleman and a subscriber who's claimed to be an officer, who said I was a disgrace for calling out her actions. See, what you guys have to understand, I see things that you don't see. I'm trained in this profession. I understand what's going on. Which is why this channel is so important, because it gives you guys an insight into a window into how officers think. I'm not here to protect officers when they make mistakes. I'm here to talk about them. We're here to examine them. When an officer makes an honest mistake, I'll tell you, hey, that's an honest mistake, but let's break it down. Let's look at it. When I was breaking down this trial, and when she got on the stand, you guys, those who saw my previous video about her, I said she's guilty. I know what an officer who made an honest mistake looks like. And then I know an officer when they get on the stand and they're disingenuous. I know what an officer looks like who's deceptive. You guys, she was extremely deceptive. The things that she was saying, the way she was acting with the prosecutor was so wicked, the way she was carrying herself, you guys. And it didn't go over well with the jurors. I can tell you for a fact it didn't, because she came off with an ego. She came off arrogant. She came off like she didn't care. Her body language, the way she handled that entire case at the scene, she shot and killed a man and never batted an eye for the man that she shot. We're talking Daunte Wright. We're talking Daunte Wright. And shout out to Sportsadelic, you guys, for putting me on, because I actually just got off of a live stream and I was actually doing something else in the middle of that. She gave me a call. So Sportsadelic, please, I appreciate you calling and letting me know and catching it at this timely manner. She's guilty, and she's guilty, but what did she do wrong? She didn't show compassion, you guys. The jurors are looking at this. People are tired of officers not being held accountable. This is a dangerous job, yes. Daunte Wright made some poor choices, absolutely. He did not deserve to be shot. He should not have been shot. He should not have been killed. No. I tell people all the time, it has nothing to do with his behavior. Poor training, poor decisions, right? Officer Potters failed to do her job. She didn't do it properly. You guys, listen, I'm going to drop a link for those who want to come up and talk. And Gail, our super monitor, first of all, monitor of the year goes to Gail at night. Gail, thank you so much. I want to get some people in here. And if you want to come up and talk, if you want to come up and say your piece, I'm going to drop the link. Gail, if you can grab that for me and repost. You guys, if you come in, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. We're going to talk about this. You know, if you haven't seen my previous video, I talked about a couple of things that I had issues with Officer Potters. The deceptive nature that she was presenting on the stand. What did the prosecutor do? The prosecutor asked her, she said, hey, here's your taser, here's your gun. She said, can you tell me which one weighs more? Does the taser weigh less than your gun, Officer Potters? What did Potter say? Potter said, I suppose so. I don't know. He said, Officer Potters, were you not trained how to properly distinguish between your taser and your gun? They didn't really train me like that. Officer Potters, were you not trained and told how dangerous it could be if you mistake your taser for your weapon, for your gun? I suppose so. They didn't really go over that much. You guys, she was avoiding all forms of accountability on the stand. Completely deceptive. One moment she was crying when she was talking to the defense attorney. And as soon as the prosecutor came up, you see the look in her face changed. I said deception. Some people said demonic. Now listen, many people will say, Officer Daly, it seems like you are, some people will say, Officer Daly, it seems like you are against officers. No, I'm not against officers, you guys. Again, my job is to serve the people. By serving you, I'm serving the officers, you guys. That's the mindset that I have. Because if I can help translate things, make things more digestible for you, so you have a better understanding of officers and what's going on, and what ends up happening with that. You have a better interaction with those officers because I'm looking after them as well. And if I can teach these officers that are serving you the things that you are saying and translate it better for them so they can receive it better and say, oh, you know what? I didn't know that's how they were looking at it. Then they get to serve you better. This is the problem. In between the community and our officers, there's a breakdown in communication. I'm here to move all that away, you guys. Shout out to TLA. I'm going to take his talking point. What does he say? There's no one more qualified in this space to talk about police issues, especially those impacting the Black community. I have 13 years of experience. Why does that matter? The years of experience is not so much the issue as much as how much experience you have. What does that experience look like? You have a woman, you have an officer, whether male or female, doesn't matter, who had 26 years of experience. The issue so much is not the years, because the years don't equate to quality experience when it comes to police officers. She could have spent half her years riding the desk. She could have spent half her years in a department that has no crime. We don't really know what that experience look like. What does Tasha or Tosh 75 say? The lack of remorse got to me, in the nonchalant attitude. Exactly. Why is that important, you guys? Because what were a lot of people saying in the video I did, the last video I did, device is not connected. You guys, you got to connect your device if you want to come up. I need to see some, an avatar or something. They will need to connect the mic cam before you can add them. Connect your mic, you guys, if you want to come up. I see some people in the back room that want to come up. Your mic has to be connected for me to be able to bring you up. It won't allow me to bring you up without it connected. Justice was served. Justice was served. And the justice is bittersweet, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the issue here is that a man's life was lost, right? Daunte Wright, no matter what we think about his character, that's a whole separate conversation. It's a whole separate conversation. He shouldn't have been killed. He should not have been killed. The community is entrusting us to be able to do our job properly. What they see when they saw Officer Potter on the stand, a woman who was lackadaisical, right? She had no, you could see it in the way she moved. You could see it in her behavior on the stand. You could see it in her behavior in the video on the body cam, right? The lackadaisical attitude doesn't work well in this profession. You cannot be in tune. You have to be focused. You have to be focused on this job. And why do I say it's bittersweet? Because now she will be convicted. She too has a family, you guys. Nobody wins in this. Nobody wins. Accountability is key. Why do I say that? She would have been better off going on the stand and taking ownership. And instead, she tried to avoid it. The jurors are looking at that. The jurors are looking at that. And they're looking at a 26-year veteran. They don't care what her experience is like. You have been using your taser. You've had access to that taser for 19 years. There's no excuse, you guys. As officers, we are held at a higher standard. We have to be better. We have to be better. I'm going to pull someone up. We have XYZ. XYZ, I'm going to bring you up. Happy holidays to everybody in the chat. Melkis, come on in. And if you want to join the chat, join the discussion, please get the link. Please like the video as you come in. Let me see. She took off her necklace. What is it? Oh, let's call in. Accountability. Holly Hendricks says accountability. Absolutely. What does Applestick say? The entire police department was on trial for witnesses. They held her in what she did. Yes, they did. And so we need to talk about that. The department is trying to protect their own. And this is what people are having an issue with police officers and police departments, right? This mythical blue curtain, as people like to say it. It does exist, you guys. What we have to remember is that she's a part of a family in that police department, and they want to look after family. This is what we do as officers. But I tell you, what makes a better officer, what makes a better department, when you're willing to hold your own accountable, respectfully, though. Respectfully. I've had friends who have made mistakes, and we still support them. We don't insult them. We don't drag them. We still support them. But then we say, listen, you know better. I had a good friend of mine who he had a wallet off of a gentleman that he arrested. And he lied about it because he never turned it in to evidence. And he lied about it, and they fired him for that. They fired him for that. He was a good officer. He was a good officer. But what do we do as a community, as a department? We stood by him. We supported, we uplifted him. But we held him accountable. And I remember having a conversation. I said, dude, why would you do that? Why would you lie? He said, I was afraid of getting in trouble. I already got written up last week, blah, 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 blah. I said, dude, but why'd you lie? You didn't have to lie. We take our lumps. We make mistakes. We take our lumps. You know, I had a good officer, good friend. He was an amazing officer, you guys. He hit a vehicle and he drove off in a neighborhood where he thought nobody was watching. When I tell you he was a phenomenal police officer, one would say, how's he phenomenal if he had a hit and run and lied about it? He lied about it. They asked him, but there was somebody watching. There's always a Mr. Rogers in a neighborhood, you guys. And he was watching. And when they asked my friend about it, he lied. And it cost him his job. XYZ, how are you doing? Welcome to my channel.
Can't believe it took me in. I'm calling from the middle of Europe.
Okay. What part of Europe are you calling from?
What part? Middle of Europe.
Middle. Okay. What country is the middle of Europe?
Well, Budapest.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, welcome. What are your thoughts on this case? What are your thoughts? What would you like to share?
I didn't think that. I mean, I was afraid they will not sentence her. I was afraid that they won't. And I was surprised that they did, and it is the right sentence.
Yes.
But I still feel sorry for her. I still wonder. I wanted to ask a question from you.
Go ahead.
Because there was a part where she was holding that little piece of paper. I don't know where she got it from and what it was, but that confused her because first it was in her right hand, then she put it in her left hand, and then But I don't know what that paper was, and I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
What do you know about those dark minutes, fraction of a minute?
Yes, I believe from when I was breaking down the video, I believe what it was his insurance. I think it was an insurance card, I believe, but it was a document, I believe, that belonged to Daunte Wright. She still had it in her hand.
But she took it out from her, like she went into his armpit and took it from him, from maybe from his pocket.
She already had it in her hand before interacting with him. And that's the thing. We are trained. Again, the interesting thing about law enforcement, we are all trained different. And so the training is not universal for the U.S. Every police department does things just a little bit different. And this is why we say it's a training issue, because the problem is the muscle memory. We're trained not to keep anything in our dominant hand because the brain can confuse things in high stress situations. It's very possible. The fact that you can mistake your gun for your taser is very, very possible. The question, though, is for the level of training that she had, for the level of experience that she had, is that practical for someone with that amount of experience to have made such a egregious mistake, that level of negligence? So at what point do we draw the line and say, listen, you know better as an officer, someone who's training, if you're taking your job seriously, you don't make those kind of mistakes. And that is what people are saying.
Because she didn't test her gun that day.
The taser, that's another problem.
The taser. If she took it out that day and checked it as she was supposed to, right? Then
One,
maybe she wouldn't have made this mistake.
possibly. The thing with the taser is what it showed is a lack of care, a sense of negligent behavior with her, right? Because policy says we're supposed to take that taser out every day and we check it. We're supposed to do that. So when the prosecutor is saying, listen, you're not even maintaining the regular routine maintenance of your weapon, it's showing that someone who has a lackadaisical approach to her job. She's very lazy. She's not taking the time to do certain things. When she asked her about training and she's asking her about things that are easy questions, she says she responds very disingenuous. She said, hey, isn't your taser lighter than your gun? Her response was, I guess so.
Yeah. That was terrible.
Very terrible.
She should have never testified, because that was such a lousy all along. It was really against her. It was stupid of her, I think, but it doesn't matter because the sentence probably would have been the same. There's
Not
another.
necessarily, because if people would have saw that she was being genuine, the jury now is looking at her being dishonest and deceptive. What did she do? She is tasked, a 26-year veteran shot someone by accident, according to her, allegedly. And just because it was an accident doesn't mean she can't be charged with manslaughter. The jury wants to know whether or not it truly was an accident. So when she was given the opportunity to defend or to explain how this could have been an accident, she chose to be deceptive. She chose to be combative and argumentative with the prosecutor. She should have been honest and transparent with the prosecutor. She would have, I believe, earned the jury's respect. She was very, very, very deceptive. And that's why she lost my respect on the stand.
Another question is, I wonder if she would have trained differently and would have gone with her right hand, crossover, and pulled her gun. I mean, if that's how she would have trained, that she would have gone with her right hand to pull from the left side, maybe that would have helped her remembering better. But I still have this little, I'm not so sure. Sorry, this is
you're
speculation, that she didn't have a subconscious thought there. But this is all speculation, so
Yes.
I'm not right there. But wouldn't it be better? And another thing is, her taser back part was also black. That's what I observed. With the handle part.
That's not the issue. The issue is this: the taser. Here's why people aren't going to buy the confusion. In order to use your taser, you have to turn it on. There's an on switch.
Yeah.
Your gun has no on switch. So she's had the taser for 19 years. And so what people are saying, were you that gone in the moment that you forgot to turn on the taser? Not only that,
that's why I think that her mind was on the gun, because even before she was already opening her gun. So I think there was this moment when she did wanted to pull her gun.
Yes.
And maybe she then changed her mind.
Right.
And wanted the taser, but already she had the gun. So I don't know. But I have a suspicion that she wanted to pull her gun originally.
That is what the issue is. So then that brings it to a bigger question, right? As she was walking up to the car, she took the hood off of the gun that secures the gun. In her mind, she was already in fear that she needed to have her gun out. And what created that fear, I believe, my theory is the moment she found that the warrant was active with him having a weapon. He was wanted for a weapons charge. I believe that created this fear, that aroused that fear in her to be nervous as she was going up to the car. She was the only one who pulled the lever off of the hood of her gun. She was the only one. No one else did that. No one else had that response. And even in that moment, and let me read this real quick, because someone asked, Margaret McCrea asked, Nathan, what are the sentencing guidelines? How many years? So for first degree manslaughter, I believe, is 15 years. Second degree manslaughter is 10 years. She was found guilty on both. And I'm shocked, you guys. I believe second degree was more appropriate. I did not see first degree being an appropriate charge. But again, I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't have made the first degree approach, but they did, and they saw it. And so I will go back over that to double check and to look over everything. But she was convicted on both. And you guys, people are tired we have to rise as officers to the occasion. Let me go through some of the comments real quick. And I want to keep you up, XYZ. I appreciate you coming up. You have some amazing questions. So let me see what people are saying. And thank you guys so much as you're coming in. Please hit the like button. If you want to join and have a discussion, please jump on. Let's see. What did Dwayne say? Her demeanor sealed her own fate. Yes, this is what we're talking about. Her demeanor, her how she looked on the stand did not resonate well with anybody. I know people under my previous video said, hey, I was rooting for her, but then I heard her speak. Then I saw her actions. Then I looked at her mannerisms.
Yes.
It was deceptive. She came off as someone who was guilty.
Yes.
She came off, her heart showed while she was on the stand. That's what people were seeing. They weren't listening to her. They were watching her. It was her heart that got her this conviction. It was her heart. Yes, go ahead.
The other thing that really shocked me, but in that part, even this Johnson, his name was Johnson, the other policeman.
Yes, the supervisor.
Johnson. Their whole behavior of not rushing to the scene to help him. And then those guys in the front, they didn't know what happened. So they didn't immediately get him out of the car.
Correct.
And the girlfriend, what I didn't understand, she was handcuffed. I mean, those guys in the front of the accident scene, they had no idea what happened.
Correct.
And these guys in the back. So I would have charged Johnson too. I would have impeached him too, because he was responsible as well, I think. Why not going and giving help? And these excuses that somebody was already there, but that guy didn't know what was happening. He didn't know
anything.
They should have rushed there.
Yes. Here's the problem. And let's see what does Tasha 75 South say? She says she didn't own up to her mistake. One. And that wasn't a good look at all. Of course, her ego, even this is the thing, her ego shined through, and that was her downfall. I agree 100%. What is she saying? She's saying that even against these odds, she couldn't humble herself. She couldn't humble herself in a moment to just say, hey, I made a mistake. Her ego, I agree, her ego. And what you're saying is this: during that, they watched this man drive down the street and run head on with another vehicle. And nobody at the scene, the supervisor showed poor leadership, extremely poor leadership. And people are saying that is unacceptable. These people are charged with such great responsibility, and we are allowing them to operate substandard to what the society is saying we need to operate at. And that's what needs to be addressed. Go ahead.
How come this Johnson, what's her Johnson sergeant or what?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson.
Sergeant Johnson. How come when he was on the passenger side, didn't tell to the rookie, take him to the back of the car? I don't understand that.
I will say this.
He should have said that.
He could have, he should have, but remember, as officers, we are watching and monitoring everything. Just because that passenger was a woman doesn't mean she wasn't a threat. So he's also keeping his eyes on her as well. So as officers, we're responsible for each other. sometimes we have to be able to communicate without saying something. Sergeant Johnson didn't fail until after he watched Dante take off and strike another vehicle. He lost himself in the moment. He didn't do anything wrong up until that point. Officer Potters was training Officer Lucky. She should have been right next to Officer Potter when he was making that arrest.
But
Because
shouldn't she have told him to bring him to the back of the car?
she should have been more
Away from the door, away from the door?
Yes, she should. She wasn't even, remember when he was trying to handcuff him, she was far away from him. She was too far away. She wasn't close enough to assist. So by the time Dante resisted arrest and tried to get back in the vehicle, she was not close enough to even grab him and help detain him. So these officers failed to improperly arrest and use good arrest tactics. And ultimately, you could say because of that failure, Dante was able to do what he did, which ultimately led to him getting shot.
There's another question. What was this gross misdemeanor charge against Dante? Because that never was cleared.
So the gross misdemeanor charge was the warrant that he had for weapons possession. He had a warrant for having an illegal possession of a legal weapon. Okay. They label it up there, and they label it up there as a gross misdemeanor. So that's just terminology. But regardless, it was just something that they could arrest him.
He didn't kill anybody, did he?
No, not that we know of.
So he didn't commit any, because in the internet,
he did commit a crime.
They wrote different things, how he killed people, but I thought then there would have been a charge against him. But he
was involved in a armed robbery attempt of a woman. Oh. So that did happen. Did happen. He was out,
and he was in charge for that?
He was charged, but he was out on bond, if I'm not mistaken. He was charged. So this happened relatively very close to one another. Okay. He was involved. Now let's be clear. He was involved in a lot of high risk behavior. Okay, meaning that he was involved in criminal activity. This is true. And so, but people are saying that because of that, it created an atmosphere where he put himself in an uncompromising position. What do I mean by that? If you live a life of crime, you're going to create situations in your life where you're going to be encountered by the police. And so that means this: if you are doing that type of lifestyle, when he got stopped in his mind, he had no driver's license. He had a warrant for his arrest. He was also out on bail, I believe, for that attempted armed robbery. So he's in his mindset, he can't afford to get in any trouble.
So why did he drive a car?
I agree 100%. But this is where we talk about accountability. Yes, we hold the police accountable, but we also have to hold our behaviors. We have to be accountable for our behaviors as well. No, he shouldn't have died from that situation, but how could he have avoided it? Is the question too. We want people to survive police encounters, but we have to also examine what created this whole situation in the first place, him resisting arrest.
But I do believe that it's very important that she's sentenced, because this kind of behavior could happen to anybody.
This is very true.
And I'm not going to tell you the story how I lived in the States for a while. Right. And once I went upstate New York with a friend who happened to be Black, and we nearly got shot for nothing. Just for taking pictures at the waterfall, and the police didn't want us up there, upstate New York. So I could have been shot, and he could have been shot because we were stopped by the police. Yeah. And so the reason why I think it's important that she got sentenced, because this sort of thing can happen to anybody. So hopefully this will be a sentence which the police will learn from.
Agreed.
What they have to do as a minimum when they stop anybody on a highway.
It needs to be talked about. And I want to hear more about that. I'm gonna bring you down. If you want to stay on, you can stay in the room, and I'll bring you back up. I want to rotate you out.
I will write a letter to you in which I will write every detail down, and then if you want to talk about it another time, it will be lovely. And thank you for putting me on, really.
Absolutely.
And I started to watch you, and I love your show.
Oh,
And
thank you so much.
much.
Thank you so much. All right.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye. Goodbye. Yeah, we got them. We have some good international friends. I love it. What's going on, Sportsadelic? Welcome back.
Yes. It is an awesome day.
Yes.
It's an awesome day. Yeah, I had to hit you up because just like with Ahmaud Arbery, I didn't want the families on either side to have to ultimately endure, a verdict that they didn't want. I have that much compassion because, like you said, she still has a family, and they're the innocent people in all of this. But because I'm so passionate, I did not want my Christmas holiday to be stained with a not guilty verdict. I tell you, I was like, man, please, God, please, just what's right. And I don't know who this clown is that doesn't respect the fact that you have a right to your opinion. I don't know that you're supporting the police. I think you support what is right. And if you're on the wrong side of right, then I guess you're going to be viewed as that guy. Or better yet, this is why you have to stay off of people's channel too. I mean, if you don't like what they're saying. But I think what's going to really come back and bite Potter in the butt, so to speak, is you're never supposed to fire a firearm, taser, when that car is operable, when that motor is on.
Yes.
And look at all the other people that could have absolutely been killed just because, she triggered that. And by all accounts, this young man, according to the medical examiner, bled out in, he said, 10 to 30 seconds because it was a good shot. If there's she got him, it was over with. And so his leg locked at that point. And so he was just down on the gas and he just went barreling into whatever, but he was already dead. And I think that's the aggravated circumstance that I think the prosecutor is going to come back and say, look, this is beyond reckless,
Right.
in terms of actions. And you're correct about body language, because that was my whole thing with her. You can be sorry that something happened, but that doesn't mean that you're remorseful.
Yes.
If she was remorseful, in my opinion, remorse says, I'm going to plead guilty and I'm going to roll with it. And she would have gotten probably maybe 2 years, and it would have been done and over with from a legal standpoint. That's what remorse is. But she tried to fake it. She didn't have any remorse. She was upset about what it was going to do to her life and her career, and she couldn't mask it any longer. But I do think psychologically, like if she'd have just pleaded guilty and got some intervention, because I still say something is not right with that woman, for real. And worked it out, because that's what remorse is. Remorse doesn't say get on the stand, become disrespectful when the prosecution is asking you questions and lie. And let's not forget, she lied. Didn't she tell several lies?
She told some white lies, right? She was being very misleading. That's why I say disingenuous, because when we say lie, that can be a little tricky. But when we say disingenuous, you know exactly what I mean, right? Because what we're saying is, they taught you these things. You signed these things. So why do I need to walk up and show you proof that you knew exactly what I'm saying to you?
Right.
You want to be misleading. You want to try to you want it to be combative. She was extremely combative, right? From a trial perspective. She was asking you things that you cannot deny. You think because you were saying, I don't know, I guess so, that's supposed to make you look better? If she would have just been genuine.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you got to see the end, but the attorney had the audacity to ask for her to stay out on bail pending sentencing.
Oh, yeah. No, I did hear that briefly. Listen, I don't know. Here's the thing. Officers make mistakes. We do make mistakes. I've admitted I've made plenty of mistakes. I'm also aware. I've seen officers get convicted of things that were honest mistakes, vehicular manslaughter, right? And I've seen officers be convicted for that. Just driving too fast. I've watched an officer hit T-bone another car because the officer was speeding, even though the person ran the light. That officer was convicted. Wasn't their fault. But as officers, what do they tell us? We're held at a higher standard. And we have to always practice due regard when we're driving. That means even though I'm able to speed and able to use my lights and sirens, I still have to be mindful of those on the road. And if I'm not, and I make a mistake, I can lose my job. I can also be charged. I can also be sued. So there's a pressure that's on police officers. And sometimes when we try to criticize as officers, as myself, try to criticize other officers, it's not to bash them. And it's not to say that I don't understand, because I do understand. But when there's a gross negligence, when there's a lack of training, when there's an obliviousness to what that officer is doing, we cannot turn the cheek and say that, hey, I understand because we're officers. That's not okay. And that never should be okay. And this is what a gentleman had posted on my page. And I'm going to pull it up because I want people to see it. But look, what did Matt Pool said? My question is, why she don't go to help Daunte after the mistake? She's crying for help to herself, not to go to jail. That man dying with the gun point, show his hands by the police in fear. So what he's saying is, why didn't she go to help? She should have went and helped. A 26 veteran. We don't expect a 26 veteran to respond the way that she did. And
she wasn't in no position to help.
No, she wasn't. Unfortunately, she wasn't. But the supervisor also didn't.
Well, they were consoling her.
They're too busy worrying about her, and she was safe. He should have let the rookie. Exactly. He should have let the rookie stay with her, and he should have went to go attend to the shooting with the other officer. And even though they might not have been able to do anything for him medically, the fact that they continued to do their job and pursued the situation would have been a lot better for them overall. Let's see what else.
Well, Nathan, I didn't find out until today that she was allowed to move out of the state while she was out on bail, and that's what the prosecution was saying. Like, hey, look, don't talk to me about being a flight risk. She's already out of the state.
Yeah,
she was already out of the state. And said the death threats, which they also put out that nobody's ever been able to actually confirm any death threats. But the judge was very matter of fact and told the defense, look, I'm not going to treat this case any different than any other. She's going to be remanded. That's right. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say I've always stuck in my mind about this profession is the liability. And I remember veterans telling me, listen, if you don't like it, quit. If you don't like it, quit. And I don't like that attitude. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's not many professions like law enforcement where you can make a mistake and then end up in prison for it. And this gentleman, I'm gonna bring up the comment, and this is an interesting question. I think this is something we need to talk about. Is it fair that police officers, if they make a mistake, is it fair that through that mistake they end up in prison? You guys, this is a real question we need to ask, because honestly, I don't have a good answer for it. What did Pee Wee Mathis say? She said, I'm not. She should have gotten capital murder for her attitude. But what did she say here? She said her attitude, you guys. Because her attitude takes away from a mistake. Her attitude gives the impression that this was probably intentional, right? The attitude takes away the idea that this was a mistake because it shows a lack of empathy. Let's see, what are we saying here? She had full meltdown as an officer. Yeah, she did.
Full straight
Full.
up meltdown.
And then she asked for her union rep, which to me, you know,
And
in the
she
middle,
also said at the scene, "Oh
I'm
my
going to
God,
prison.
I'm going to go to prison."
I'm going to prison. And then when the prosecutor asked her about it, she lied.
Right.
She said, "Did you not state that you're going to prison?" She said, "I don't remember saying that." Man, come on. You know, it's like, come on. Just.
Well, she was pretty smug even after the verdict. Like she,
Yeah.
I would have thought that she would have broke down crying and fleeing, but she's like, "Look, I gave a good effort to try to do my snow job. It didn't work." So she's tired of playing with us and trying to trick us. She's like, "Look, okay, whatever. Just get me out of here."
Yes. Yeah. What does Rita Hamilton say? So they need to be charged too, talking about the officers. As you know, Sergeant Johnson is no longer working at the department. It could possibly be because they're going to fire him. It could be possibly he left. But see, and this is what people have an issue with too, when you have officers who jump from place to place and they might not be as qualified to do the position. He's in a higher position now. He's like a deputy chief or something like that at wherever he's at. And they say, okay, well, look at his leadership in this moment. Is this someone who should be leading an entire department? The question is,
But I do have one. I just wanted to answer the question, and then I'm going to free it up for someone else. But I do understand if an officer, if anyone makes a mistake, I think sometimes we forget, Nathan, that officer is the title. It's a job. It's a job. And yes, some jobs require more, of us. Just like in my profession, especially at the psychiatry level. I mean, if you put out the wrong diagnoses or prescribe the wrong meds and all of this stuff, you are liable. You're liable. Mm-hmm. Like if somebody dies in their sleep because you prescribed the wrong dosage or whatever, I mean, it's not enough to just walk away and say, I'm sorry. And if you make a mistake that cost someone their life, even if your title is officer, then yes, you have to. What is a car accident? Accident, right? But it doesn't mean you're exonerated from the responsibilities and the consequences and everything associated with you running a red light or whatever you did, if you caused it, right?
If they find the negligence, if they find some sort of like DUI, speeding, right?
Right.
Like, yeah. If there's something,
and that's what it was.
Right.
But that's what it was with her. You don't know your gun from your taser. That's negligent because of the role that you're in
and the amount of training that you've had.
And the training.
Yeah.
And then the lack of regard for your job by not even doing your daily checks like you're supposed to.
Yeah, that said a lot.
It did.
It said a lot, and it created more ammunition for the prosecutor because, again, there's a reason for it. Because we need to make sure we can check, you guys. The reason why we do spark checks with our tasers is to ensure that the taser is working properly before we go out on the road. And if it doesn't work right, that could be the difference between someone's life being saved and someone's life being taken. And so, we have to be clear on that. What does Jerry Robinson say? How they don't charge the sergeant too. The sergeant didn't break the law. He didn't break the law. He violated policy. So he violated policy, and he did poor leadership. Let's see. I wonder if her seniority got her that supervisor position.
Would you read exactly what the officer said, or the person said?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Oh, we got Prince. We got somebody coming up. Hold on, give me 1 second, Prince. Give me 1 second. And Don, I saw Don was in here earlier, but Don, you got to get your mic. Don, you got to get your mic together because it won't allow me to pull you up if your mic isn't registering. Give me 1 second, Prince Dykes. Let me share something real quick for people to see. what I'm referring to.
If you want, you can take me out. I'll still listen. I just want to be sure exactly what this person said.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna bring you down, and then you can stay and
Yes.
bring it back up. All right.
Yes.
All right. You guys, so take a look at this. And I don't know how well you could see this. I don't know if there's a way I can even zoom in. But this is under a video I did called The Death of Daunte Wright. This was under my live stream, you guys. No. This was under a video I did about Officer Potters, saying that, okay, Officer Potters, I'm explaining to you why Officer Potters is guilty and why she's guilty. And I'm going through the whole thing in this video. So if you haven't seen this, The Death of Daunte Wright, Kim Potter testifies, and I have She Is Guilty on there. I pinned his comment to the top. There's a reason why I did that. You guys, listen, I tell you guys in my videos, I'm not your enemy. I'm not here to be against you. I'm here to have discussions and to give insight into this profession. What did Jay Smilers say? He said, "You have shown your true colors, Officer Daly. Who knows if you even are an officer?" As we know, that's not true. You guys know I am a retired police officer. He said, "With you, it's only about skin color," is what he says. Then he states, 13 years on the force, question mark. Try 41 years on the New York, New Jersey police force. 41 years he's claiming he was an officer. He said, "This officer made a mistake." Yes, she did. When a doctor makes a mistake, fatal error, he's not charged with manslaughter. I believe that's true. He says, "You are a disgrace," and he's taking back his subscription, right? He subscribed to my channel. He took it back. I asked him, I believe you should come on the live stream so we can talk about it. Why do I have an issue with his comment? His comment, you guys, represents a small portion of law enforcement officers in this country. And we can't deny it. There are officers who feel the same way, you guys. They don't like when we criticize other officers. And in this profession, we call it Monday morning quarterbacking. And we have to get outside of that mentality. And why do I say that? Officers should feel comfortable. We need to change how we start. We need to change our mentality now. We need to start. All right, Don, I see you popping up. You got to fix the audio. It says devices not connected under here. It won't even allow me to pull you up because of that. So what is it? What is the issue? The mentality of officers having the mindset that we can't criticize one another because we weren't there. This is true. But constructive criticism we should be able to do, you guys. This profession should not be above being examined. And if we can't examine this profession, then again, we create the same problems that we're complaining about now. People need to know that officers are not above being criticized. What I ask, though, when you're criticizing an officer, do it with good intentions, do it with good faith, because unfortunately, this is a very difficult job to do. It's a very dangerous job. And sometimes when people decide they want to criticize this profession, they do it in a very, very disrespectful way. And I think this is why, first of all, I'm an officer. So I should be able to criticize, like criticizing a family member. Think of it like that. You have a cousin, an auntie, a brother, or uncle, right? You'd be like, hey, my uncle is a piece of crap. But if someone else says it who's not family, you take offense to it. That's how I feel, right? So let's have an honest conversation. Let's be genuine and let's be respectful. Prince Dykes, welcome to the channel. How can I help you, brother? What's your thoughts?
What's going on, man? I'm very shocked by this verdict. Even though I'm Prince Dykes, I'm from the Investor Show, so I was
Okay,
one
that's
that
what's
was
up. Shout out
stuff
to your
in.
channel. Let people know what you're doing real quick. Shout them out so folks know what you got going on.
I'm nobody, man. It's all about you. You know, I love what you're doing. I discovered your
Appreciate it.
channel, and I was just like, man, I love what you're doing.
Thank
Now
you.
I was shocked. I saw your content about, hey, you know, she's guilty, and I was like, I don't know. I think he's reaching with this one. Then when the jury went in for so long, I thought, man, it's going to be a hung jury. It's obvious it's going to be hung. And when they came back with, you know, guilty on all counts, that was
Yeah.
very shocking. And shouts out to you for calling it out, because you definitely did say she was guilty, and, you know, hats off to you. But my opinion of it,
Okay.
you know, I'm active duty Navy. I've been in the Navy now for 18 and a half years, right? Since 18 years old. Getting ready to retire here soon. And throughout my career, I've done, I've been in Iraq, I've been on submarines, I've been on ships, I've been all over the country, right? Where I had to carry guns and stand watches and things like that. And, you know, I don't, of course, we know she didn't do it on purpose, but everybody is held to their own. Um, you got to be held to your mistakes. You make
Yeah.
a mistake. If I'm a married man, and if I make a mistake, I got to own up to it,
Correct.
and whatever comes with it. So um, I did believe that it was an honest mistake, but also I believe that, hey, in my line of work, even on the investing side, the finances, by having a driver's license, by being a registered investment advisor, by being in the military, I'm held to a certain standard. And if I don't meet that standard, there are consequences. You know, it's the same thing. If I'm supposed to, I have someone who works for me that doesn't show up to work tomorrow at a certain time, there are
Yes.
consequences. So I'm
Yes.
like, why does it seem? And I always felt that way with military. I'm like, I remember in Iraq, this guy was protesting outside base, and it was an Iraqi, and they threw a rock. And this lieutenant thought the rock was a grenade, and he shot and killed the guy. He
Mm.
went to Leavenworth.
Mm.
Now he's in a war zone. I'm like, why people
Right.
in a war zone are held to a higher standard? Somebody has to point the gun at you and shoot at you before you're authorized to use deadly force. But
Correct.
I come in America and it's just like, oh, boom, my bad. Oh, was that my taser? Oh,
Right.
was that my mace? I'm sorry. And then go to work the next day. I'm like, I understand everybody make mistakes. Everybody's a human. Everybody is human, but it's consequences that come with everything.
I'm like,
You know.
you are 100% correct. Let's talk about that. And
Mhm.
listen, you guys, if you're in the chat, please, you guys, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. That way it'll help with all the YouTube stuff. You guys, I'm new to YouTube, so I forget to ask. If you want to come up and discuss, feel free to come up. You don't have to cam up. If you want to express your opinion, and we have any officers that want to come up and speak, please. This is no echo chamber. And this is, you guys, I'm all about free speech over here. I just ask that everybody just be respectful. And so, to your point, you make solid points. I think what's the most interesting thing about this? Yes, I believe it was an honest mistake, and I think that we all should be held accountable for mistakes. I think what really helps those when people own that mistake, right? Own that mistake. And what we saw with her on the stand, she lost a lot of people based on how she handled herself on the stand. A lot of people didn't see someone that was remorseful. They saw someone who was being very deceptive, very manipulative on the stand when they were asking very simple questions. And they're also comparing this to someone who's been doing this for 26 years. See, the citizenry can't tell the difference between an officer who's been working 26 years and an officer who's been working 5, right? I know what goes on behind the scenes. And just because she's been there for 26 years, it doesn't equate to quality. And what the biggest thing that worked against her was those 26 years, because no one in their right mind can make sense of that. Because, like you said, you can be on your job for X amount of years. There's an expectation. There's an expectation that can't be denied. I think that, once again, before I even get into that, thank you for your service.
Oh,
Right?
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your service. The military can't do those things, and you're absolutely right. They can't make those mistakes. The difference with the military and law enforcement, they have higher quality training, more consistent training, more combat training. And one would add that this is what's missing from law enforcement. And then also one would say that we are actually more actively engaged every day in high stress, high dangerous situations more than military. So military has a lot more opportunities to train more than officers, but that can be adjusted. We can fix that. We can fix that if we reduce the type of crimes or the type of responses that officers respond to in communities. You know,
And Nate,
hmm?
let me ask you this question too. So I always think about, military bases. We got military bases all across the globe that
Right?
are checking IDs, pulling over people. Why do
Yeah.
you never hear this stuff in the military?
Yeah. One, because
you don't never hear a military person like, oh, I went to military housing and oh, that was the wrong house and I killed somebody.
that's
Because
true.
you're not going home that day. You're not
Fact.
going to go home. It's not going to be okay. It's going to be ramifications immediately. You
And
never hear that on all these bases across the globe.
now,
Everybody shouts out to these guys. I'm like, hey, now, granted, I will give you police officers, they do deal with a little bit more quote unquote ratchetness of society than most military bases.
yeah.
But
Now
every day.
let's be honest now. What is the
Uh-huh.
problem with military? They have good control over their PR. And so there are a lot of
True.
things that we don't get a chance to see and hear. So, not taking away from that, but just saying that we have to be mindful that military has access to a budget that police don't have access to as well. And so we have to also be mindful of that. They have an unlimited budget. Police are dealing with every city, every state is dealing with a different budget. The question is, are those departments utilizing that budget properly in order to bring out the best in their department? The question is, this gentleman who came on my page and made a statement, he said that medical professionals, when they make mistakes, they don't get arrested for manslaughter, for making errors. Now, I have to do more research on that. But what I will say is you have doctors that commit manslaughter and things like that all the time. Well, I don't say manslaughter. They have
Well,
malpractice.
now let me say something about that too, right? They are right. But now the caveat doctors have is before you go into surgery, you got to sign a bunch of disclosures and hey, this may go wrong. You have to sign all these things, right?
True.
You can take a look at my wrist. You might better see I got a little discoloration where I
Yeah.
had got some shots in my wrist. Before they administered those shots in my wrist, the hand surgeon came in and said, hey, this may cause discoloration to your skin. This may cause this. This may cause you to have a heart attack. I might give you too many shots. You might pass out outside.
Okay.
So when it does happen, they're like, hey, it's
Sign
in
a waiver.
the financial industry. When you sign up and you hire an investment advisor, what they're going to tell you, these stocks may go down.
Right.
So if the stocks go down, you can't go and be like, hey, I'm going to sue this person, right?
Yes.
But
that's true.
unless it's a gross negligence, like, hey, I went in and you were supposed to have surgery on your right shoulder and I did it on your left shoulder.
Correct.
Then that's gross. But
that's true. But even in that, they're not arrested and imprisoned for that, right? When you see physicians get arrested and things like that, they're like stealing drugs, right? They're kind of part of this pill mill. We had that recently. We had a couple physicians here in Atlanta get picked up because they had an underground pill mill, right? I think it was a group of gynecologists, I think. And so we look at these doctors committing crimes. Yes, they're held accountable. But when they make an honest mistake during surgery or whatever, malpractice, they're sued, but they're never arrested for the death of that person. So now that brings up a good question because listen, I take an oath. We take oath as officers, right? So do physicians. They take a Hippocratic oath, and they say, "Listen, here's what we have to. This is what we're responsible for." So if a doctor makes an honest mistake and a police officer makes an honest mistake, why are they not looked at the same? So the gentleman, though he was a heckler, he was absolutely correct. I think it's a great question to ask. I would love to know what you guys think in the comment section, right? Doctors, physicians, medical professionals kill more people in this country than any other profession. Let's be clear. We're talking along the lines of 300 to over 400,000 people die due to malpractice. Now, the question is, officers, an officer encounter, you're talking about approximately every year, about 1,200 people die from an officer encounter. To be quite honest, the medical profession is killing more people than any other profession. Yet we don't say patient lives matter, right? So we're not. So I urge people, listen, we have to talk about these things. Officers are upset because they make honest mistakes and they can lose everything. Is that fair? How do we protect officers who make honest mistakes? You know, that's a question. Let's see what this Ray King says. As an officer, would the arriving officer have been able to hear anything transmitted on the radio at the original scene? Yes and no. I slowed the video down, and what did I see? As he got out of the vehicle and drawing his weapon, they finally transmitted over the radio. And you know, a lot of times the situation is so heightened that it is sometimes hard to hear, and you might end up missing some valuable information. Regardless, though, those officers at the scene witnessed the car wreck. The sergeant had knowledge that Daunte was shot. He should have went over to the scene. We're not talking about, it's different if he never witnessed it. It's different if he just drove off. It's different if Daunte was never shot. He could say, listen, all right, the guy got away. We're not going to chase him. Let's forget about it, right? We got his ID. We got the tag of the car. No, the man was shot. And the supervisor didn't do anything. That's unacceptable, you guys. It's unacceptable.
Nathan, I want
Yes,
to say something to that. So one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to DM you a physician that I know who's kind of
Okay.
in the public. He's John Hopkins, you know,
Okay.
he's been on my show a few times, so he may better speak to that. Well, I think that doctors have a wider margin of error than police officers. So for a doctor to go to jail, I think that they have to do something like
Very egregious.
gross,
Yeah.
very egregious versus it's narrow for police officers, and then it'd be narrow for what you call it. Like you take in the financial industry, you know, for you to go to jail, you got to be like Bernie Madoff, where you just out there just stealing money and purposely mishandling, right? But
Right.
some people do get fined for you know, hey, in the financial industry, you might get fined for this or that or whatever, or may get a little consequences, but you may not go to jail. So I think
Correct.
doctors, I have seen, like, look at Michael Jackson's doctor, right? He got charged. So they do get charged, but I think they have a wider margin of error to, than police officers, than other professions. That's mine. But I gotta get running. I definitely been glad to be on. I'm definitely going to send you the email address
Okay.
for Dr. Lionel
Love to
King.
talk to him about that. Yes.
Mhm. And he's a he was in the practice for like 20, 30 years. He sold his practice, and he does his own thing now. So I'll send
Okay.
you his email so you can reach out to him, and
Absolutely.
y'all can go from there.
Hey, I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate you coming on, man.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, man. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel.
Definitely, man. Keep doing your thing, man. I love it.
I appreciate it, bro.
All right, you too. Later.
Okay, listen, you guys. The back room is empty, man. Come on up and have a conversation. I'd love to have you guys. Let's drop that link again if you guys are interested in coming up and speaking, and let's have a talk. If you disagree with the verdict, please, I want to hear it. If you believe if you believe that she should not have been charged, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. What did Common Man 80 say? Daunte had no respect for the law. Absolutely, I agree with that. I agree with that, you guys. I agree with that. Daniel Murphy, cops are slave catcher. Everyone lost sight. Yeah, I disagree with that. Right? I 100% disagree with that. Officers are not slave catchers, because you have black officers who are doing an amazing job in black communities, white communities, all communities in this country. And they're not, no one's slaves. There are no slaves. So that point within itself is ignorant, right? So we got to be real. We got to be real. And if you want to talk about it, come on, we can talk about it. I'd love to know why you think officers are slave catchers and there are no slaves in this country. I'll bring up what TL said. But officers treat black without warrants in the same manner. This is profiling. So what about those with no warrants that have the same fate? There's no doubt that there are some encounters with law enforcement that aren't appropriate. There are situations where officers abuse power. This is true. But this isn't 100% of the things that people are experiencing. Why do I say that? There's data to support that. There's data to support that on average, we're looking at almost 80% of police encounters are favorable. Now, one would say that we need to reduce negative encounters as much as possible. I agree, you guys. I agree 100%. But as we talk about police behavior, we have to talk about the citizens' behavior. We have to talk about our people's behavior. Mind you, I policed predominantly black community for half my career. And I can tell you that a lot of the times our encounters, innocent encounters with our own people and our community, are easily agitated by the person, not the officers. And what I've seen and experienced working in our own communities is that our own people are the ones that a lot of times are come with a lot of I would say disrespect or a lack of respect for authority, even when you approach them respectfully. So sometimes we can agitate situations. And then there are times where officers' egos are get in the way of them doing their job. That's very true. But when we talk about, when we be honest, when we look at the data doesn't support that. The data doesn't support that. And sometimes we lean on experiences from others or our one experience and believe that everyone shares that experience. And that's not true. You guys, believe it or not, there are a lot of people who get arrested. If we talk about just the Black community in general, a lot of Black people get arrested, just like a lot of white people get arrested, and they don't have negative outcomes with law enforcement. There are Black people who shoot at the police and still get arrested. There are Black people who are apprehended after killing people and they still get arrested, you guys. So we have to be careful when we start listening to certain media outlets. We have to be careful who we're getting our information to. Do your research. I challenge everyone to do your research, you guys. Stop allowing these word wizards to get in your head and influence your thoughts, right? Because a lot of that stuff is not accurate. Are there bad experiences? Yes, but there are more good ones than bad. Let's see. Let's go through these chats. Let's see what we got. Yes. What did Cupcake TYA say? Yeah, she showed no remorse. Absolutely, she showed no remorse. That's probably, I think, the biggest factor. Common Man 80 said, but things happened so fast they didn't know all his offenses until after he was shot. What they did know was he had a warrant. What they didn't know, his license was suspended. He was going to jail regardless, you guys. He shouldn't have resisted arrest. He shouldn't have resisted. We need to talk about this in our community, right? I've had plenty of people resist arrest. I've had plenty of people run and I chase after them. On average, what type of experience do I have after chasing after someone? A lot of times on average, as you're chasing after someone as an officer, the moment it's like freeze tag, the moment you touch them, they're like, all right, officer, you got me, right? And they drop down. You got me, officer. Okay, all right. And they cooperate. They put their hands behind their back. They listen. The average time we're dealing with people in our communities, they're just trying to get away. They just don't want to be held accountable for whatever violation, whether petty or not, however we want to look at it, right? And they're running because they don't want to go to jail. That's fine. No one should die because of that. But when you are trying to handcuff someone and they're resisting and trying to assault you in the process, you've opened Pandora's box, right? I tell young men this all the time. Just comply. If you're in the wrong, just comply. What does it hurt you? It doesn't. It doesn't. You create more problems trying to resist arrest. You create more problems being difficult. You create more problems trying to assault the police. No one wins in that. Don't put me in a situation where I have to use force to get you to comply. I tell brothers that all the time. All the time, you guys. These rogue officers are on notice. Man, they should be. Listen, good officers don't like bad officers, you guys. Don't get it twisted. We don't like them. We do not like them. Black people see cops differently. This is true. We need to change that. What does Lucy Mercom say? I'm a great believer in everything happens for a reason. And the reason Kim Potter hasn't found guilty is because she was guilty. Absolutely, she was. She was. And people are tired, man. I think This is why I love body cameras. I believe at this point, this stage in the game, every department should have one, and not having one to me comes off as being a little suspicious. I know there's some financial issues, but when we talk about this police reform initiative, we have organizations raising so much money to help the problem. Help some of these departments get funding for their body cameras. Let's start there. And these cameras need to always be on when you interact. If you're doing search warrants, if you're kicking in someone's door, if you're serving an arrest warrant, the excuse of saying that these are narcotics investigators, so we don't want our face being shown, that's an excuse. As if we don't have technology, we can blur the face out when we give it to the public. You guys, So again, I know what goes on behind the scenes. At this stage in the game, body cameras need to be a thing. I feel like you shouldn't be able to even police without one at this point, because it protects the officers, and it keeps everybody honest. Rita Hammond, what does Rita say? She said, amen. I said a prayer, Lord, let your will. Yeah, Lord, your will, your way. Amen. Amen. Let's see. Yeah, what does Boss Hicks say? What's up, Nathan from Cincinnati? What's up, Cincinnati, Ohio? Shout out to Ohio. Shout out. Let's see. Let's go through these chat. You guys, come on, call in. Call in. You guys are real active in the chat. Nobody wants to come up and talk to me. I'm not even intimidating. Who could be intimidated by this smile? All right. Come on, join in. I like to have the conversation, because by you asking questions, other people have that same question, and then we get to really discuss it. Should a lady be doing podcasts while driving? Let's see. Let's go. Let me scroll through. What does Piscinian Empress say? Remorse is running to Dante's aid once he hit the other car head on. Absolutely. 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 Had a super chat in here. Did I miss it? No, super chat laid it a little bit down. Let's see what he says. I need to get to that. Oh, there's a lot. I'm behind. Let me see. Police is the only profession that gets immunity. Police are the only profession that gets immunity. That's not true. That's not true. A lot of your government workers get immunity as well. Let me get these super chats in. What does Snuggle say? Morning. How have you been? Long time no see. Do you have any thoughts about intelligence and how it is applied and shown within culture? Thoughts about intelligence and how is it applied and shown within a culture? It's a good question. I don't have an answer for you right now. Not on this particular stream. You gotta let's stick to the topic at hand. Snuggles. I hear what you're saying. But that's gonna lead us down an interesting conversation. What is I Am Courtney Michelle? Shout out to I Am Courtney Michelle. If you guys are familiar, please take a look at her channel. She has an amazing channel. I plan on working with her more in the future as well. If one of the moderators could also drop her channel in the chat. What did she say? Goodness, he should have come on the live to have the dialogue. Yeah, he should have. I know we're talking about that gentleman who was talking under the comments. Absolutely. I need to get to. How do I get to this? I have to click it. I'm about to. Gail, how are you, a stranger? Yeah, Gail's amazing. Shout out to her. I have all these. Let me go down here. Okay. All right, Dion Smith. Thank you so much, Dion, for the love, for that support. I appreciate that. Let's see, I'm missing some chats. Let's go ahead and okay, Slim Fats, Mr. Jam Down. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. What does he say? Oh, Don, you finally made it. Don, I'm gonna bring you up.
Yay!
Yeah. Give me 1 second, Don. Let me see about this chat. Don got it together. Here we go. He said, I think the slave catcher theory is long gone. However, I feel like Black people have a negative outlook to police authority because of the history of being mistreated. and almost micro-governed. I agree. I agree. So let's talk about that though. And I agree with what you're saying. I will say that we can feel any kind of way we want in regards to policing, but the reality is that we have to do something about it. We can't allow the past to continue to haunt us, because every generation things change. We have to move the needle forward. I believe that we have to be proactive in the approach. If we talk about we have bad relations with the police, the question is, how do we fix it? The question is, are we going to put the weight on people to police in our communities that we don't like? Or if we say we want more officers to represent us, to look like us, then that requires us to step up, right? And put ourselves in positions of leadership, positions of power in order to make those change. These police departments that police in communities and Black communities struggle to get Black applicants to become officers for a multitude of different reasons. So the question is, it's up to us, right, to put ourselves in those positions to make those differences. And I do agree with you, there is a history, but we then have to come together and have this dialogue like we are having now. This is the main reason for this channel, is that I want to bring our community and the police community together and have honest conversation, because there's miscommunication on both sides. And I can translate it for us, I promise you. So I appreciate that. And you're absolutely right. Because there's an issue, it doesn't mean that it can't be solved. Don, let me unmute you. Don, welcome to the channel, Don. How are you doing?
Yes, I have been watching since you first started. Avid fan.
Thank you.
Your voice is so desperately needed, and I don't want you to ever get discouraged,
Thank you.
because we need good cops like you to help us, because when we call the cops, we just don't seem to encounter y'all. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's a way that we can maybe even, if there's something we can say or do to help that.
Yeah. What state are you in?
I'm in Texas.
Okay. So are you saying, when you're saying don't encounter good cops, are you referring to within your community?
Yes. For example, I live in Deer Park. It's a pretty well mixed neighborhood.
Okay.
Anytime you have a complaint and you call the police, they act like they're bothered by it. They a lot of times make things worse. And then
Okay.
they want to leave you with the situation with your neighbors per se, or
Yeah.
your community. And for example, I recently was told by one that he couldn't look at my phone. He said, there's nothing I could do about it. My camera didn't get it. And I didn't turn on my lights before I got there, so I don't have a camera on.
I think what you're speaking to, which I've experienced with a lot of people, is that there's some officers sometimes who believe that the people they're serving's problems are beneath them.
Yes, yes.
And the problem is that we have some officers that forget that we are servants first. We are servants. We are here to serve the people. And you have some officers who are like, if it's not someone, break into a house shooting or something of a crime nature where I can do something exciting, I'm not excited about what you're talking about. And here's the problem. The problem is we use officers for a multitude of things that they're not really trained to do. And this starts to lean on the conversation of, how do we reimagine how we utilize our police force, right? We call them for noise complaints. We call them for, the neighbor arguments and things of that nature. And now people are saying, hey, okay, according to the data, it shows that officers only are only responding to about 10% of the crimes that are the violent crimes. And so shouldn't we reserve such a trained force to deal with these particular matters and not in all of the matters involving the community? And that's where the defund the police thing came from. There was a horrible PR slogan, but they claim that their true intentions with that was to say we want to reallocate the funding of the officers and put it in other programs to help better serve the community, which I agree. But I'm more so along the lines of refund the police, use the money better to have better outcomes with the community. So to your point, I do understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, we do have some officers that lack the compassion. They lack the empathy to do the job. And they only want to respond to calls that are fun and exciting. And sometimes they look at a situation and they deem it not to be so, but not understanding how that makes that person feel, right? And that's not fair to you. And those are things that we're going to talk about. And so I definitely appreciate you bringing that up. And let me, I'm going to rotate you out. I want to bring some more people in. Some people are coming in. And yes, ma'am. Thank you. And welcome to the channel, Miss Dawn. I really appreciate your support.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Let me bring up One Chi King. I see David Carey. I see you. T. I see you. So you guys stand by. I'm going to bring you up. And what does She Be say? She said, what about justice for Kim? She made a horrible mistake, but she needs help. Yeah, she's going to get help. She's going to get help. She did make a horrible mistake, and she's going to get a lot of help. And and her actions are going to help a lot of officers. So unfortunately, her sacrifice is going to be the benefit for the police profession. You know, we have to, as officers, when we put this uniform on, you guys, we are held to a higher standard, and we have to come to the job understanding that an honest mistake can take a life. She wasn't fit for duty. She wasn't. That's just the reality of it. And I love all our officers, and I don't have an issue keeping it real. What's up, brother? One Chi King. What's up, boss? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Ain't nothing much, man.
Hey, so I just want to respond to the last call. I don't have too much time, but in the medical profession, the reason why that malpractice insurance isn't the same as the liability with an officer is because the level of difficulty. And there's so many things that can go wrong that are considered mistakes. But if an artery expands out of nowhere, if there's something in your medical history you didn't tell us, we don't know that. So malpractice insurance is to cover those things, not necessarily to cover, oh, you prescribed me 30 Valium when I came in with a broken toe and you prescribed me too much or something like that. That's what happened with the Valium epidemic. The Valium epidemic is it was being sold to doctors as this miracle drug, and it went from a 5 milligram dose to a 20 milligram dose for simple things. So that's where that malpractice insurance comes in and why the liability is different, because for doctors, there's so much that you don't know and you can't control.
Understood.
Exactly. So when it comes to the gross negligence, like if I'm doing, or not me, but if a doctor is doing surgery and he didn't wash his hands and you get an infection, that's the type of thing that would come into play with gross negligence. But malpractice, that's why doctors don't go to jail. Because there has to be some type of gross negligence, not really a simple mistake. Because of the control factor. There's just not a lot of control with that.
That is very true. That's very true. And a lot of times I often throw that out there, not understanding myself. And I appreciate you clarifying that, because I'll be able to do some more research too and be able to make that argument, because people make that comparison with doctors and law enforcement, because, you know, we do have a responsibility to the people we're serving. But to your point, there's so many unknown variables that can't be accounted for when you're doing surgery, which I agree. Is there any point in time that doctors, from what you know, are charged criminally for anything outside of things like, not theft, like an actual crime, but if a surgery doesn't go right? And have you, because I haven't done any research on it, I'm just not sure. Because if an officer if an officer's making an honest mistake, something that we all can look at, like, all right, that's an honest mistake. That officer had no intentions of causing that harm, right? Like a traffic accident, you know. And I know officers who, and maybe because that officer was speeding, which is why they counted that negligence to the vehicular manslaughter. So that is probably going to be a big factor. But from what you know, or what you heard of, anything like that where doctors
really, when they get hemmed up for something like that, it's from the actions that they do. So in the Hippocratic Oath, you can do no harm. So
Right.
if you're in the act of trying to save someone and you make a mistake because let's say, for instance, you're going to clamp a vein, but you make the decision before you clamp the vein, you want to maybe use a suture instead, or you have like these really quick time events,
Right.
like in video games where you have to press X or whatever.
Right.
Because of the level of difficulty of knowing, okay, I'm going to use a suture.
Right.
But say, for instance, you're in the gastro tract and there's gas there,
Right.
and that causes more burning than you originally thought.
Right.
Those type of things, those are judgment calls that go under malpractice. Now, if you have a patient bleeding out and you just say, well, I'm already sewing them up, and that can happen, and you just say, I'm not going to take the extra 2 steps because I'm already 8 stitches in. I'd have to cut out these stitches and go back in to recheck something.
Understood.
Those are the type of things
Understood.
to where you know that this will cause harm, but you don't do anything to intervene. If you're always intervening,
I see. Okay.
Right.
That makes sense.
Those are the things.
Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate you, man, coming in and clarifying that. I really appreciate that.
No problem. I'm out of here, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
All right. David Kerr, I'm about to bring you up. What does Hoodpecker say? Question: how is resistance defined, taught in police training? Resistance, you guys, is looked at as anytime someone is not complying, right? We're talking about not complying. And so if you are giving a lawful command to be placed under arrest and you refuse to do so, you are in that moment, you are resisting. Hey, come here. I need you to come here. You're under arrest. Why? And you're moving away. So I need you to stop what you're doing. Ma'am, I need you to stop what you're doing. This is what I need you to do. You are resisting. There's a difference. We have passive and active resisting, right? Passive and active. Passive means that you're not really trying to cause harm. You're just trying to get away. You're trying to avoid. Active means that you're fighting with me.
Turn that heat off.
Welcome to the channel, brother. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing fine. How about yourself? You're doing a great job. I really enjoy you a lot, man.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, you got YouTube in the background.
Yeah. You want me to turn it down?
Yeah. Or you can mute it. You can mute it if you got it on the TV or something.
Turn it down. Well, I really called in. I wanted to call in to say to you that, during the time that her incident happened.
Yeah, hold on one second. Can one of the moderators put the link back in the chat? I see Reed King wants to jump in. Did I speak to him already? Reed King, you gotta hit the link. We're gonna put the link back in. You click on that and you should be brought up. And then T, I'm gonna bring you up next. All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Carey.
Yeah, I called in to ask your opinion on, during the time that Officer Potter or ex-Officer Potter and her incident happened, at the same time, there was a trial going on in Hepburn County, the same place with the Chauvin trial.
Yes.
Now, can you at least try to tell me I know we can't know what she was thinking, but it had to be in her mind frame somewhere that there's a trial going on just down the street.
Yeah.
Nothing stopped her from even re-evaluating. Like, if I do this could happen. Nothing happened. But I don't understand what was her thinking.
Yeah, let me tell you what I've heard from a lot of officers. Because when did that happen? Time has been going by. I was actually out of commission myself from my own injuries. I was recovering from my own assault. And so I sat out the whole of 2000. I sat out the entire 2020. going into 2021, recovering from my own injury. I was assaulted on the job and had multiple surgeries and stuff like that. So I was witnessing all this stuff unfold. What officers were telling me is that a lot of my friends who are white officers were like, they were uncomfortable about pulling over black people. They were uncomfortable. And they said that there was a wave of, I guess you would say, empowerment amongst black men and women, right? There was this empowerment to be anti-police, anti-authority, even when they were in the wrong, right? And see, that's dangerous.
Yes.
And I think if we're not careful with that type of energy, it can cause more problems. What did they do? A lot of the officers scaled back because they didn't want to be labeled as a racist. They didn't want to be labeled as being excessive. So you see officers who were getting hurt more because they're trying to be more delicate, right? They put themselves in situations that made it more dangerous. You look at the situation of Rayshard Brooks. I saw the officers who weren't applying tactics because of the optics. And again, yes, we want our officers, white, black, or whoever, to be mindful how they use their level of force. We want them to be mindful and considerate how they use the weapons on their belt. We want them to be mindful how they treat us and respect us, but not at the expense of their safety or the safety of others. It's a very, very insensitive balance that needs to happen. It put officers on notice that they can't just go out here and throw their weight around. But it also shows that if you empower the wrong type of energy, it could be counterproductive, right? So what were these officers experiencing? A lot of anti-police energy. I've experienced it before. I was working when Marcus Brown, was it Mike Brown? The one in Ferguson?
St. Louis?
Ferguson,
yeah.
St. Louis, yeah. I think Michael Brown, I believe.
Yeah, Michael Brown.
When Black Lives Matter started to take root, and the idea of the statement, Black Lives Matter, oh, it's a great movement. I was excited about the movement. And then the organization started to show itself, right? And so what happened in that moment? It was very difficult to police. I policed a complete, predominantly Black community, and the treatment, rocks were thrown at our cars, right? People were slashing our tires all the way in Georgia. And so we look at how that stuff influences Black people, right? To be dismissive towards authority, and it is counterproductive. And so you're absolutely right. What mentality did she have when she was going into that? I think I lost you. You have to get him back up. I'm gonna bring you up.
Right.
T, what's going on? We lost.
How you doing, brother? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. I was just calling in, man, to chime in. I don't know if you want to talk about it or not, though, but
absolutely.
I had an incident with Officer Potter, or former Officer Potter, about 8 years ago.
Oh shoot, let's talk about it.
Yeah. I was, I lived in the area for a while. I had bought a home there, and I also had a couple of pretty nice automobiles. The particular incident happened. I was in one of my automobiles, and they all knew me in the area. Police officers, they knew who I was, because I was in the entertainment business at that time. And I would get pulled over because I was in this vehicle, this particular vehicle, very expensive car. And I would take it out every now and then. I wouldn't take it out in the rain, of course, or the snow. That's how nice that vehicle was. So,
all right.
This particular day, I was taking my fiance at the time, taking her over to Walgreens to get a prescription filled and to pick up some snacks for movie night. It was during the day, well, I say in the afternoon, nice sunny day. So I'm taking my car out, and I pulled up at a light, and I was about to make a right-hand turn to get onto the street to go into Walgreens.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped at the light and I looked to the left and I see a police car. And I proceeded, I had the right of way to go through the light to make my right turn. So I proceeded through the light, of course, with my signal. And I drove about half a block into the driveway to Walgreens. She ran through the light, saw me, ran through the light, and zoomed up behind me. Now, I'm in the $85,000 car.
Ooh.
High performance car. I could
All
just,
right.
yeah. So I pulled in. I didn't have nothing to hide. This is my vehicle.
Right.
They know who I am. I've been pulled over so many times in that car. They know who I am. She
You got tags on that car? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So she pulled up behind me, zoomed up, and I pulled into the parking spot at Walgreens. I got out. She immediately got out and popped that little switch. I mean, that little strap on her holster.
Okay.
Yes, popped it and walked up to me so fast, bro, and had this look on her face like she was daring me to run. You know, I'm looking and I didn't get it, you know, so I looked again and she was up on me shoulder to shoulder, and then she started to kind of try to cut me off, you know, get ahead of me and cut me off. And so I said, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm fine. How are you?" I said, "Okay, all right. And can I help you?" And so she just said, no, just keep going. So she was expecting me to run, you know, so I got in Walgreens and my fiance at the time was going to get her prescription. So I walked her back there and I went into the snack aisle. She followed me in the snack aisle with her hand on that weapon, aggressively, waiting for me to run. And I guess she saw that I was actually waiting for somebody. And then she left out just as quick as she came in and pursued me and followed me. She just left out. Now I had my neighbor in the back seat of that car. She didn't want to come in. She wanted to stay in the AC. And by the time we made it out, I said, "Did you see a cop come out here?" She said, "Yeah." She was actually looking at the front and she was writing numbers down and stuff. And then she went in and got your license plates and checked that. And then she got in her car and left. I said, "Wow, wow."
She went and wrote down the VIN number of the car.
Yeah. And then she left before I came out.
So for those who are new, for those who are just getting into the chat, we have a gentleman here who had an actual encounter with Officer Potters, and he's talking about her demeanor. He's talking about her profiling. Her profiling is what she did. The gentleman is driving a very nice car. Assuming you're African American variety,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
And they're aware of who you are. You have a prominent place. You have a lot of vehicles, and And so, how does she park? Does she park directly behind your car? Or does she park in a parking space?
No, I pulled into the little parking space. She stayed in the middle of the aisle. You know.
Yes, in the middle of the lane.
To block me off.
And you're on private property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so she couldn't even write you a ticket. She wouldn't even be able to stop you. And
she didn't even question me. She didn't question me at all. The first thing she did was she hopped out of her squad car and popped the strap on that holster. And then just walked up to me with, really aggressively and like kind of daring me to run. I think she expected me to run, like I was in a stolen vehicle or something.
Right.
But when I didn't give her that reaction, she was kind of baffled, like, well, what's going on with this guy,
Yes.
Because I was clueless, and I just kept walking. I asked her, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" And I walked inside the Walgreens, and then she followed me in there with her hand on that weapon, at all times. And like I said, my fiance went to get the prescription while I was in the candy aisle searching for candy for a movie night, and she walked me back and forth, and I stopped again and asked her, "Hey, what's up?" She's like, "Nothing. And then she walked away. So at that point, I'm thinking she walked out to go check my credentials on the vehicle.
Yes, and you know what's funny? I can see that happening. What does Dwayne say? I knew it. She had the vibe, and she does have a vibe, a very deceptive, a very dishonest, She had something about her to me was very cryptic, you guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't listen to what people say. I look at their face. I look in their eyes, you guys. I have arrested a lot of people, and the eyes, you guys, and her demeanor, the way she looked at the prosecutor on the stand, it's almost as she wanted to, right? It's almost as if she wanted to just reach out.
Yeah.
And I saw a wicked person on that stand.
Bro, it's just as bad in real life, in person.
Of course. Why is that? Because here's the problem, what people don't understand. As officers, you might not understand this, but I'm explaining to you what it's like. You know what it is? People might not understand why I think the way I think, but I'm going to tell you what's going on. Tosh, I love Tosh. What Tosh say? She's going right where she need to go. What is the problem in this profession? Think about it like this. I recognize this at a very young age, you guys. Mind you, I started policing when I was 21. I was too young to be a cop.
Right.
But I'm going to be honest. My heart was in the right place. I love people. I love serving people. And what did I learn? I learned the power of that uniform.
Right.
The power, we don't talk about, the power of unearned respect. Unearned respect. What happened? I would show up at scenes, gas stations, grocery stores, parking lots, parties, wherever in that uniform, and people would submit themselves to me.
Right.
And I don't have to do anything. But see, I'm not a person that can be swayed by attention, swayed by love, swayed by money. I'm not that type of person.
Right.
So those things don't seep into me. I have my moments of ego. We all do, right? Yeah, let's be honest. I have my moments.
Right.
And that's where you have your family and friends and people around you that put you back in place, check you.
Yeah, get you in check. Yeah.
But what happens when you have unearned power? The thing about respect, officers, the moment you put that uniform on, it commands respect. That means when I come in contact with you as a citizen, you can't question the respect. You have to just give it to me. You have to just give it to me. You don't have a choice, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is you have some officers that can't handle that. They can't handle not getting respect that wasn't earned, because see, the difference where we need to start going with policing in this country is that no. Every officer needs to earn the respect of the person they're talking to. It should no longer just should be given to you because you're a police officer. Respect needs to be earned.
That's right.
What we don't talk about is how power corrupts, how power is so strong and influential. I've seen guys and gals start off very humble in this profession, and they get in a position where people are giving them respect that they never earned. And then what ends up happening, feeds your ego. Unconsciously, you become a victim of the same power that was given to you that you didn't earn in the first place. And if you're not mindful and if you're not careful, that same power starts to become toxic. You then start to talk to people and demand respect, even though you don't deserve it. And what ends up happening is you have officers who then start to lead and enforce the law through their ego and not through their heart. And that's where we start seeing a problem. Officer Potter started to maneuver as someone who is used to being respected simply because she's an officer, not because she's a person worthy to be respected. And so when she comes in contact with someone who challenges her, you are then now not disrespecting the uniform, you're disrespecting her. Right. See, people can come and insult me and call me names all the time because I know you're not talking to me, you're talking to the uniform. I never policed with my ego.
Respect, bro.
And I hate that you have to go through that. But I love the fact that you came up here, and I appreciate your transparency. I appreciate your honesty. And I will say this too, with what you just said. Based on what you said and described, I know that you're telling the truth. Right. Because see, you didn't understand what she was doing, but I do. Okay. And you're right. She assumed or made a speculation, an assumption that car was stolen.
Exactly.
And she wrote down your VIN number because the reason why she needed your VIN number is because it's easy to duplicate plates.
Right.
And by checking the VIN number, she could verify whether or not that vehicle it must be an older model vehicle that's been remodeled.
No.
Or
At the time,
it's a newer car. You did say it was 80 something. Yeah. So
no.
she checked the VIN to verify, because there's ways you can verify. You can duplicate plates, but that VIN, she wanted to confirm that VIN.
Well, at the time, sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
It was a brand new vehicle with 3 miles on it, and I was taking it out. So it was a 2013.
You gotta say the model. I want to keep you anonymous.
Yeah.
No,
I had vanity plates on it, so everybody knew
the vanity plates.
Yeah,
okay.
Everybody knew who I was and who that car belonged to.
Sometimes with the vanity plates, they don't come back all the time when you run them.
Right. And I've had a few police brothers who told me that same thing.
Yes, that's why she went. See, and instead of so I and here's what you said, you guys, for who are just joining in. What did he say when Officer Potters got out the vehicle and tried to engage with them? She immediately popped the strap off of her holster of her gun. Yep. That is her muscle memory. That's what she's accustomed to doing when it seems like when she's encountering black men.
Yep.
And her muscle memory is telling her to always go for her gun. And a lot of times, you guys, fear is a powerful, powerful thing. It's a very powerful thing. This is why in our community, we have to stop teaching our people to be afraid of the police, because we then start to respond in an irrational, illogical way that sometimes ends up putting us in more harm and more danger. Right.
That is absolutely facts.
And we can fix that, you guys. I have solutions. We can fix that, but it takes us to do it together. What does Mario All-Star say? I love him. I'm a Mario fan. Thank you for that super chat, brother. He says, how much time do you think she'll actually get? I'm not sure the judge will come up with that. We know that she's up on the fence for 15 and 10, 15 for first degree manslaughter, 10 for second.
Wow.
I believe she'll probably end up doing probably 10. Probably 10. And depending on the judge, she might do 20, 25. She might do 25. No, there's no excuse for what she did, you guys.
I agree, brother.
And the issue that I have, OG Patrice. Hey, so the issue I have with her is her heart showed on the stand.
Yeah.
It showed someone who had wicked intentions. I would have put her on a polygraph. Even though it's not admissible in court. I asked her, how do you feel about African Americans? They asked the juries that.
Yeah. You know what, brother Nathan? One thing that I was starting to realize during the trial, I thought back to my encounter with her. What if I would have like been so focused on her that I tripped and stumbled or something? What would have been the outcome of that,
Yes, let me talk about that real quick. And OG Patrice, I see I'm gonna pull you up. Let's talk about that. I did a video, and it must have been. Matter of fact, it's DAUNTE WRIGHT, and I talked about Russian roulette and how you don't know what kind of officer you're getting when you get them. And this is no shot to officers, but officers understand when I say this that there are different levels and skill sets of different officers. And if you're dealing with an officer who doesn't understand the Constitution and your rights, doesn't understand the laws and your rights, you are gambling with that officer. Yeah. And this goes back to part of the reform idea that we need to push training. Officers, this should be the hardest profession to get into.
Right.
Exactly. The most difficult profession. So that when you see an officer, you're like, well, damn. We know what the requirements are.
Right.
And what happens to you now? You then start to put respect.
That is right.
You start to see, you look at the officer and you say, you know what? Yeah, we have to bring the prestige back into this profession.
I agree.
And it's on us to do it as officers. We have to do it. Society's expectations are here, and we're grabbing people from here. And we're holding here at these standards. And we're not meeting what society is asking us to meet. Society believes the standards are here, but to be honest, they're right here, you guys.
Right.
And we see that with Officer Potters. We see a woman who was lackadaisical, and she sat there and she's been riding that nice paycheck.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? RIP, that's what we call them, retired in place. Those are the most dangerous officers, you guys. We can be heading to the most dangerous calls and they're hiding behind buildings. Officers will tell you.
Yeah.
Officers will tell you.
Wow.
So, Mr. T, I appreciate you, man. If you want to stay up, man, I'll drop you down for a little bit. I want to pull OG Patrice up if you got more questions.
Okay.
You got to escape, man. But yeah, you can stand by, brother. I'll get you back up.
Okay. Thanks, brother Nick.
Yes, sir. That was great because that's someone who has firsthand experience with Officer Potters. And what they say, Jackie says she was gun-ho that day trying to show off for her trainee. The trainee was actually doing a better job than both experienced officers. You know, they did a horrible job. A horrible job. Unconsciously, you were doing exactly what you're speaking against her. So bought and to keep numbers up. P. Mitchell? I don't understand what you're saying. Unconsciously, you're doing exactly. You might be talking to somebody else in the chat. I don't want to. P. Mitchell, what did Potter do or say on the stand that made her believable? Even her supporters acknowledged she did herself no favors. You guys, she didn't. I'm gonna tell you. Listen, you guys, I'm gonna tell you how it is. If she was justified, I would tell you. Right? What did Jaquan say? What did Jaquan say? She was deceptive on the stand as well. Her demeanor and looks just added to it. I'm telling you guys, this is true. And people see it. I know people who said they were for her and she got on the stand and they saw the deception. They saw the deception. So OG Patrice, welcome to the channel. Unmute yourself. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you for having me. Salute, Nathan. How are you?
I'm doing well, blessed.
Good. I've been subscribed to you, so I'm glad to finally catch you live and to talk about this verdict for this trial. Like, I just literally kind of logged on and saw everything going on in the media about her being found guilty. I think she was charged with two out of 3 charges or something.
She only always had 2. It was first degree manslaughter, if I'm not mistaken. First degree and second degree manslaughter. I was shocked they got first degree, but I have to go back and read it again.
Right.
But
I watched a little bit of the trial. It's been so much going on with these trials and everything. I just been kind of triggered to kind of slow down and not watch so much of the news because it literally can cause you to have PTSD, seriously, with everything that's been going on over the last going on 2 years now. So I just try to not overget too much of it because it can be overwhelming, right? I guess my overall problem with the trial was I don't understand how, I know they were the argument was presented, but looking at what went down was how could you ever mistake your gun for your taser? Like that part right there, to me, showed an intent. When you know the difference in the weight, the size, the color, the way the trigger is on each instrument, it's like how that part right there for me. And even though, she only shot him one time, and maybe you can help me explain this part, because that part I felt like, and they're on different sides of your waist. There is no justification for someone to lose their life over minor traffic. Like,
correct.
There's absolutely no excuse.
I agree.
If pull me over, my tail bust is like, even if I got a suspended, revoked license, even if it's a warrant for a traffic, like there is still no excuse for a life to be lost because of that.
I agree.
Number one. And this is happening for people that are literally getting pulled over for minor traffic infractions. And then 2, how can you ever mistake each one of those weapons for the other? So that those were things I had a problem with. So maybe you, and with the manslaughter conviction, maybe you can help me understand why, in your perspective, it actually was manslaughter.
Okay. Because manslaughter, let's hit that one first. Manslaughter talks about negligence. It talks about you are doing something. Look at it like this: you're doing something, you're doing it inappropriately, right? There was some negligence. There was some, you could say, even so, it was an accident that was negligent in nature. You didn't mean to harm them, but your reckless behavior, reckless conduct, your reckless decision caused the death of somebody, right?
Right.
So that's when we start looking at manslaughter, because you can't say murder. She had no intentions, right? Well, at least they can't prove that she had intentions to murder. But the idea is that her reckless behavior caused this person's death. And if she wasn't reckless, this person would still be alive. So that's the manslaughter. And then when you break down manslaughter 1 and 2, there's elements to it to speak to the different types of crime. Manslaughter 2 specifically talks about a conscious choice, a conscious decision to do something reckless. So we have to break down. I'm gonna pull it up and we'll talk about it more in detail. I want to talk about what Shibe said real quick, and I'm gonna get back to your question. And then also, I see Keisha, I see you in there. You got to activate your mic and the camera for it to process. So I won't be able to pull you up. You got to at least have the mic activated. And then Lenora, I see you as well. Lenora, I'm gonna bring you up shortly. So what does Shibe say? Shibe, say I need to get Shibe. Thank you so much, Shibe, for joining the channel as well. I just saw you just became a new member. Thank you so much for joining the channel, you guys. If you guys want to become members and become one of my investigators, I would love to have you on here. So Shibe, thank you. She said, white people are afraid of the police too. Listen, you guys, there is a big misconception that white people do not have bad outcomes with law enforcement. That's not true. White people have the same problems we have, you guys. And this is why my channel is so important, because I'm here to dispel a lot of these myths. There's a lot of myths that overshadow. Now, let me give some caveats. It's not to say these problems aren't real that we're complaining about. It's not to say that there's not racist police officers, because there are, but they are only a part. But they are not the problem, right? They represent a very small group. They are not the majority of the problem that we are having issues with law enforcement. So we have to be careful how we look at what the issues are. There's a difference between an officer that's racist and an officer that's racially insensitive, right? And so we have to be clear. And the truth be told, the same situations where Black people have seen these high-profile cases where a Black person was killed by a white officer, there have been same in multiple situations where a white person killed by a white officer was done as well. Just because we don't hear about it, you guys, doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So we have to be careful with that rhetoric, right? So Shibe, I appreciate you saying that yes, white people do have negative outcomes with officers, and it raises the question as to how do we fix it. And then OG Patrice, you did say, you asked a question about how can the gun and the taser be confused. It does happen. It has happened. It's not acceptable, but it's possible. We're talking about people who don't train properly. We talk about people who get lost in the moment. It does happen. I've watched officers shoot themselves by accident. I watched officers shoot each other by accident. We call that crossfire, right? And so officers make mistakes. Someone asks, how did officer shoot his own self? My best friend, chasing after a suspect in the woods, had his gun out and he had his finger in the trigger. And he panicked and he actually pulled the trigger and shot himself in the thigh. So you don't hear about these things. These are officer bloopers. Unfortunately, when I've known officers that actually shot somebody in the back of the head while trying to handcuff them. And so, these things happen, you guys. The problem is, how genuine is it? If you say it's an accident, now we got to look at it and examine it, because now looking at Officer Potter on the stand, it makes me question whether or not it was an accident.
I just think that when we address issues like within our own community, within the Black community, and we know that these incidents happen, in urban communities a lot, in a lot of low poverty, high crime areas in the community that these incidents are happening to unarmed Black men and women on isolated on these incidents. It's just funny to me that when we're addressing it, we're trying to address it and get resolutions and come to conclusions and try to figure out as a community how we can help be a part of the solution and not the problem. I just find it ironic of how our Caucasian counterparts always want to say, well, white people too. That's the part right there for me that I have a problem with. Nobody is saying that it's not white people too. But when we are trying to address something within our own community as a whole, then that's the pushback that we get. But we're not saying that it doesn't happen to them. We just saying that we see that there is a difference in the sway of the pendulum sometimes when it comes to African American people and law enforcement, and this is just real. And you have made a comment, Nathan, about we can't teach our Black people to be afraid of the police. We're not teaching them. To be afraid is an emotion that's brought on by some type of fear or trauma within the person themselves. We're not raising our Black men and women to be afraid of the police. I think it's a natural reaction for the things that they've seen or heard, regarding, or their own experiences regarding law enforcement. For instance, my son.
Wait one second before you dive into that, because I don't want to miss some of the points that you made.
Okay.
The power of perception, though, is the problem. And a lot of times what we see is you might not think you're teaching fear but what happens when you don't tell the whole picture, people are left to interpret things in a certain way. I can frame a statement to get you to believe a certain way. This is the power of perception. So then we talk and we look at what happens in our community. When I walk through a grocery store and I have a parent who has a child and the child is acting out and I'm in uniform and you walk by and say, listen, if you don't behave yourself, I'm gonna have him arrest you and take you to jail. We see a lot of that in our community. And I always have to address the parent and say, don't tell your child that, because they will grow up resenting us. I get on my knees and I talk to the child and say, I'm always here to help you. I'm not here to hurt you, right? Because sometimes we do things and we think it's innocent and we don't mean anybody, but we don't know how those things are interpreted. And when we see that all the roles that we play in television, we see the type of people and the images that we glorify in our community have an anti relationship with law enforcement and authority. And you see the outcomes play out on television and entertainment. You hear it in the music. We are unintentionally teaching these things. It may not look like that on the surface, but what's happening is a lot of our community members aren't coming up with this fear out of nowhere, right? And so I will say this too, the power of perception is everything. And I think that we have to be able to give the truth and a whole perspective so that people can see what happens. Hey, listen, what Daunte Wright did, he should have never been killed for. It's unacceptable. What does he say? My issue with a lot of people on comment and trials on YouTube means that whatever happens after this trial is your fault. Running should not equal death. He's 100% correct. But what we don't like to discuss in our community is how our actions and behaviors can create negative outcomes. And so we cannot ignore, we have to have both of these conversations at the same time. And I think that that's where we start missing the mark. But what is the issue with a white person making a statement? I think that sometimes in our community, we get triggered by that. Sometimes people who don't look like us have good intentions. And sometimes our response to it is in a negative way. And this is the only way we're going to be able to communicate and grow and build, is we have to stop taking offense, right? When someone comes in, we have to come to these conversations in good faith. She made a statement and say, listen, I'm supporting you guys. I support the fact that what she did was wrong. And listen, we are having issues too. And that wasn't to dismiss anything that the Black community is having. And I know sometimes you have some people who do interject, right? Who might not be Black. They do interject and they make a statement like that. And their intentions aren't good. And I think the question, though, is we have to use good discernment and good discretion when we hear people talk, and know when someone has the wrong intentions and they're trying to create division versus someone who is trying to create unity. And I think that we have to be a little bit more mindful and sometimes a little bit more patient on both sides, right? Because when we're talking to people who don't look like, we're talking to white people, and we say, listen, I believe you guys have white privilege, right? I believe that this, and this, and whatever, and we're listing all these things out. We want them to listen, to understand, and not shoo us off or be dismissive. And I think what happens is we want people to be able to dialogue respectfully and have that conversation. So I do understand what you're saying, but I also know that sometimes we can overreact and then mistake someone's good intentions who is white and mistake it that they're doing something that is dismissive of the issue, right? And so I just say that we all have to be a little bit more patient with one another if we want to make this thing work.
I agree with that, but that wasn't the comment. The comment, if her comment would have been more, I understand you guys' perspective and plight, but this is but we experienced this the same. It wasn't that. It was a pushback to say, well, it happens to us too. It's sort of like when we say Black Lives Matter, we're not dismissing that other lives don't matter. But we have other people that say, well, all lives matter, or white lives matter, or Asian. We're not saying that they don't. Correct. We're just saying in certain content, Black lives have not been mattering. We're not dismissing other races and saying that they don't matter. So that's the only difference that I was saying. I saw.
Yeah, you're right. But here's the biggest problem, though, and it's not on you. The issue is that it's easy to mistake something that someone is writing, right? Because we don't know her thoughts. She could have you could easily just say she meant exactly what I was referring, and that she just, hey, you guys, I'm supporting. I just want to say we're not the only ones. Here's the thing, we can read. That's what we always say, like, hey, you read a text message and you read too much into it, right? Sometimes someone, hey, I wrote in all caps, not to say I was yelling at you, but my finger slipped and hit the cat button. That wasn't my intention. So sometimes we can look at the negative before we even try to look at the positive in our community sometimes, and it doesn't help the situation. So sometimes someone says something and we immediately want to go to the negative without addressing both sides. We could easily say, I think it's always good before we get offended, is to say, maybe she meant this, maybe she meant that. She could have worded it different and it would have been a little bit received better, but I didn't take offense to it at all. It didn't trigger me, right? But what you're saying is correct.
No, I didn't take offense. I just notice it every time because it's in the same content. It's not in a way of saying, I understand you guys' problems, but we have them also, because we realize that it's in all races. Right. We do realize that, but I think it's, like I said, but anyway, I want to move on to the next, to talk about the next one, because I wanted to just ask, in general, I don't think that our community is teaching fear, to be afraid of cops, right? I think for the most part, we're teaching them to comply. We're teaching our children to obey the law, obey, the police officers and things of that nature. The fear is something that I think like has been played a part of and hyped up a lot by the media, has been played in by a lot of different scenarios, as well as experiences. Experiences have made people become fearful as well too. That's so true. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's just a one thing that it is being taught. I mean, my son walking home from having an outpatient surgery one day and being stopped by the police officers. And he told him he was just coming from having a outpatient procedure. And they, because he just fit the description, was ruffled up. by the police officer. He was 15 years old, walking home, and they bust the stitches from up under his arms, and until they reached in his pocket from searching him and saw his hospital papers. Only then did they, pipe it down when they realized that they had actually damaged him. And because of that fear for a 15-year-old boy, his perception, and you got to understand, because of those experiences, those perceptions is going to always be making that person feel some type of way of fear of the police officer. So now his experience moving forward has always been in a negative connotation with the police officers, right? Because as a 15-year-old child, that's what he experienced. So that wasn't anything that I taught him or was instilled in him to be. So a lot of it is coming from the experiences. And if we look at the history of really where the police officers come from at the actual slave patrols from back then, it's a long history of racism and people that sat in high places in these positions in law enforcement that help propel the same very things that are still happening today. It's just in a different form. So that's real too. And those are the things and the concerns that I think that our Black communities are really trying to address, to say there are some real issues that going on with Black men and women unarmed being deleted for minor traffic or getting locked up and somehow mysteriously dying in the prison cells. Like this is real things, and we're not negating the fact that it doesn't happen to other races. I think we're trying to address it as a community within ourselves first, and then to get other races come in and say, well, it happened to us too, because we're not in their spaces saying, well, it happened to Black people more than it do y'all. We're just trying to find the happy medium of solutions within our own community. I go to community meetings within my neighborhood with the police departments and talk about the things that I would like to see improve, the relationships that I would like to see the police have with the communities again, because I grew up with that. I grew up where the police officers actually lived within the communities they served. I actually grew up in it, and I know time changes, but I'm talking about there is no sense of community when it comes to law enforcement. We used to have in our school systems where Officer Friendly would come to the police, to the school, and talk to us students about encouraging us to become police officers, telling us about the law and how not to break the law, because we don't have that anymore. We don't have that sense of community, and it's so lacking, especially in the urban impoverished Black communities.
Well, we need to focus on today. We need to focus on today, because there's no more Officer Friendly.
Right, that's what I'm saying, because we don't have those things. I'm saying, what can we do? I'm saying today, what can we do today? That's what I'm saying, because we don't have those things anymore.
We need to focus on the children we have today, because they're not the children we were back then.
I understand that, but I'm saying, I was giving examples, and I was saying, what can we do in the community today to bring the community and the police officers together? That's what I'm saying. I was using those as examples. I'm saying, what are some examples that we can do today?
I think, Miss Patricia, it starts at home. I think it starts at home, and just by him saying what a parent said in the grocery store and how he addressed it, those are the things that we have to do. It's life, and you just have to deal with it accordingly. I don't think he needed to die for trying to run. You know what I'm saying? But I also think that Kim Potter was the kind of police officer for 26 years who was liked by everybody, helped everybody, and just slid on by. Mm-hmm. And I tell nurses all the time, I've been a nurse since I was 18. I'm 60 now. Sooner or later, you have to nurse up. Yeah. I don't know how long you've been a nurse. Sooner or later, you have to nurse up. And so I did not believe a single police officer that got on the stand.
Nope.
I think they were trying to protect her.
Correct.
I think that they were trying to tell her, yes, what you did was wrong. They all knew it was wrong.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? But they liked her.
and she probably had helped them, and so she liked them. I'm talking to the translator. I just have a couple questions. Why do you think that Major Johnson is no longer on that force?
Oh, you know why? He was probably going to get fired. More than likely.
Why did he take the gun and give her another gun?
Because he didn't know what he was doing. He should have never. Normally, how it works. If you seen my previous video, and then OG Patrice, I'm gonna answer your question too. We're gonna dive into that. What did he do? What should have been done? How it works is I was involved in the shooting myself. What's supposed to happen is the supervisor comes after the incident is over and take all your equipment. You can no longer perform your job at that point because you are now a piece of the evidence. Okay. And this is a supervisor who has no idea what he's doing. Some people say he wanted to cover it up. Possibly. There's no evidence to support that because remember, this is all on body camera. But what did he do wrong? He took his gun and then gave his gun to her. This is all on camera. And then he took her gun and then put it in his waist and his holster. This is just a lack of leadership and a complete clueless. That gun was supposed to be taken away. Her information, her waistband, all her equipment was supposed to be taken, and she should have been escorted back to the precinct so she can be debriefed, right? Debrief the higher ups, talk to whoever she needs to talk to, and so on and so on. Her gun should have never been put back in his holster because if another incident escalated, he then has to use her weapon, which is evidence, in order to defend himself. So that's where this whole thing fell apart. Then when he started recognizing that she's starting to exhibit some sort of mental health crisis in the moment, he then now has to say, oh my gosh, she might be threatening to hurt herself. He then has to go in and he takes the bullets out of the gun that he gave her, which is his gun. And then he puts the empty gun back in her holster. But the idiot, an imbecile, the problem is she has ammunition still in her waistband. So even if she was in a position where she wanted to harm herself, she could have easily still have done it. And so what we look at is this is what poor training, poor leadership looks like. These things are happening in departments in our country. And the question is, how do we examine it properly and how do we remove it and then put in a more proper system, better people, better trained, better quality people? Those are the questions that we need to really be asking. And so, no, he did not handle that within policy, which is why he's no longer working at that department. But then again, this goes to the second issue people have is how officers who do poorly and aren't suitable to do the profession find themselves in other places with new jobs, right?
I think what sealed her coffin was the video of her on the ground, and she never once asked, was he okay?
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
She never asked, is the passenger okay? Is she okay? And everybody, I heard the crash. And they didn't seem concerned.
At all. Didn't even care. And
they didn't care.
And the problem is they are servants to the people. And, that's our job. Some officers don't take that responsibility. Like they just don't really, really care. They don't make that effort. And, it's a problem. It's a problem. And the community is saying we don't like that. We don't want callous people doing this profession. You can't be a police officer and not care for the people you're serving. Period. It doesn't work.
I got one more thing, and then I'm going to let somebody else talk. Mm-hmm. I truly believe that it was the sister on the jury who was the problem that said, no, she got to get something. She's got to get something. She's got to get charged with something. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't know. I know the jury there was 2 Asian, 1 Black, and the rest were white, if I'm not mistaken. And we don't know who. It could have been a stalemate. There could have been half and half. We have to stop discrediting white people.
I agree.
We have to stop discrediting them, you guys.
I agree. I'm not discrediting them. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that.
We have to, remember, you guys, we're 13%. We don't make nothing shake in this country. Nothing. Let's be completely honest. We can barely get our own stuff together.
Oh boy, do I know that. That's true, brother.
If we need to have a real conversation, let's just be honest. This channel is about transparency. This channel is about
that's
honesty.
why I was saying I was just using how the example of the things I saw, how I group, like what examples, like what type of things.
We can do it. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what we can do. I'm gonna tell you what we can do. First, we need to address the problem. The issue is our culture in this country. Black culture is extremely toxic. It's extremely, look at, man.
A lot of it is. I agree.
Even with each other.
Even with each other.
Yeah, with each other, with the entertainment industry, with reality TV, with music. I agree 100 on that one. So yeah, I agree.
So we have to start addressing what is teaching our children. We have parents, we have homes that are broken. We have 15-year-olds. We just had one killed and shot the other day here in Atlanta. 14 years old being shot. We have kids. You go down in Atlanta in the city, you have children out after 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't even go in the city anymore. We had someone get shot in the movie theater in Atlanta watching Spider-Man. Could you imagine? Arguing over seats. We have a lot of our young Black men who can't control their emotions. We have people in our community can't have arguments without killing one another. Listen, the issue is not police. The issue is not police. Police represent a very small problem in the Black community. We are taking ourselves out. What is the most dangerous thing in our community? Our people. What are we doing to ourselves? We are more of a threat by the things we put in our mouths, the things that come out of our mouths. And this one finger right here, these three things are killing us every single day. We're talking.
And Nathan, I also said too on another platform that, because we know the quote unquote Black on Black crime that is committed within our communities are committed for opportunity and proximity. Most likely the people that's committing the crime against each other are going to be the same color because of proximity and opportunity. And most of the times they're people So my thing is that what I would like to see be a major start in the Black community is because we know that a lot of the problems is being caused by people that we don't want to tell that is a part of the problem, right? Because they are sons, they are nephews, they are brothers that's doing a lot of the wreaking of havoc. And this no snitch policy as well is a big problem within our community that I think we need to address. I think when it comes to things like, you don't want to tell on that this person, but that they are wreaking havoc in the community and committing crimes. It's like we need to step up as a community as well. And in order to take back the neighborhoods is to say, no, this is not going to be acceptable. And you're not going to do this. And I don't care. I have conversations with my son. You commit a crime. I'm not that mama. I'm not that mother that's going to cover up your crime, going to coddle you. And you commit a crime unnecessary that you don't have to commit.
Right.
You're going to face those consequences. Now, if you're trying to defend your very life or something, that's a different story.
Right.
You have the conversations, you raise them right from wrong, you raise them to respect the law and all those things. But there are a set of people in our communities that know that they have these sons, these nephews, these cousins, these brothers that are doing these atrocities that are bringing the community down as a whole too. So yes, and we have to take accountability for that as well. I agree.
And listen, here's the thing: we have a community now that exalts criminal behavior, right?
Yeah.
We push down and we insult those who are intellects. We insult the quote unquote nerds, right? These guys and gals are not popular. We don't listen. What is that? What's the lady's name? Who got the Woman of the Year award for the music? WAP. Cardi B. And yes, so these are women that are now being exalted in our community, and no taking away from them being an entertainer and their music and things of that nature. But what is it saying, right? Who are our real leaders? We are looking for entertainers and athletes. These are the ones that we're listening to. When we have real educators in our community that we don't pay any mind to. So the question is, we are following blind people, right?
Yeah, they're part of the problem.
People.
They're perpetuating it. They're definitely a part of the problem.
They're not part of the problem because no one asked them to be leaders. The thing is this, we are educated people. We know how to spend money. We know what to do, the things that we want to do. The question is, we see the things we need to do and we avoid it. So the question is then,
yes,
you know, we have a responsibility to ourselves to make sure that we do things on our own. We can't complain about a subgroup in this country and then ask them to fix our problems. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, we have to fix it from within. I agree. It starts with within first, at home.
It starts with at home. And you guys, I have to tell you, I've been in a lot of homes in our community. And a lot of these parents, single mothers, right? A lot of single mothers in our communities cannot control the children that they have. And this is no shot to our single moms.
That's the truth. No, that's
more
the truth.
big mamas.
And
that's the truth.
So when I'm arresting these children, right? For all types, they're in people's homes, breaking in their homes, they're robbing, they're stealing, they're shooting each other, right? Whatever crime you want to label it. And I arrest them. It's the mothers that I have to go and speak to. It's the mother who has to tell me that, well, he's just following after his brother. Where's his brother? He's dead. He died. He was killed. Where's his father? His father's in prison, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is, it is on us. It's no one else's responsibility. It's not the police's responsibility. If I were to take our community and replace all of them, all the officers who patrol that community with Black officers, we'd still have the same outcomes. And
well, where was Dante's father? Where was Dante's father in all this?
Well, you see, he showed up.
Yeah.
The news camera showed up.
Yeah.
Now, where was he at the scene of the incident? Where was he? These are questions. Now, let's look at Dante's lifestyle, right? He was arrested for attempted armed robbery of a woman, right? He put a gun to a woman and tried to rob her in her home. Okay. He was involved in a shooting with another gentleman. He ran from the police, which is how he got that gun charge in the first place. Listen, we're talking about a young man who represents a lot of young men in our community.
Yes.
There's a lot of our brothers, a lot of these young men, a lot of these women, okay, who are committing the majority of the violent crimes in this country. It's not a mistake. You know, why did he run? Why did he resist arrest? You know, so the question is, where was the father at?
Yeah.
He's present now.
Yeah.
Because there's a check about to come around.
Yes. Yes.
So, you know, those things have to be said. So
I do still believe that I know ultimately it's our responsibility in our communities to fix the problem first, but I am still an advocate for police and that community having some type of relationship. You know what I mean? And I think that we need to show up at these community meetings as well. Our communities need to show up. When I used to go to them, I wouldn't see hardly nobody that looked like me in those meetings.
Yes, let me touch on that. I've done a lot of community policing initiatives, a lot, and we would hold campaigns in our community, and we couldn't even get half of the community members to show up. I had a meeting at the school board one time, and I was trying to advocate for why we want want kids in uniforms in the county I was working. We talked about the dangers of these kids carrying and concealing weapons. We talked about why our children in our community, the Black community, are so distracted with material things. We have kids fighting and killing each other over tennis shoes in our community, over shoes, you guys. And so we said, listen, because here's the data showing that we are so addicted to stuff that don't matter in our community. I said, listen, if we can just get these kids in uniforms, we can eliminate 80% of the distractions these kids go through. What happened? You know who challenged the board? You know who were the #1 advocates against uniforms? It was the parents of the kids. So what I'm saying to you is, in our community, it's so easy for us to chew up lies. We just eat it up, but we'll never swallow truth. And this is the problem. The same parents that we are trying to get on the same page are running from the truth. They don't want to. Why? We have a lot of kids raising kids in our community.
Exactly.
You know,
there's no more big mamas. You know,
exactly.
You know, there's no more big mamas to say, if you do the crime, I ain't taking no calls. I'm not doing any of that. I'll see you when you get out.
Right. That's what my mama said. Listen, let me rotate you guys, because I want to hear. I got
Well, you can take me out. Thank you. It was really nice talking to you. And I watch your channel all the time, and thank you for translating.
Oh, thank you. It's my honor. I appreciate it.
And I appreciate you too, Nathan. I'm gonna step down as well. I like the dialogue, and I like to hear both sides of the perspectives and views and opinions. So I appreciate it. My bottom line is I want us all to be on one accord and find solutions. And it's all of our responsibility. It's the community, it's the parents, as well as the police officers as well. Everybody has to be held to a higher standard and realize that way communities are going to heal from things like this and we get the crime rates down is that we all work together. But ultimately, yes, it starts with us at home first. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well said.
All right.
OG Patrice, I appreciate you. All right. Miss Dawn, and I got Margie. Welcome, you guys. I think who was here? Dawn, how you doing? Let me get you to speak, and then Margie, I'm gonna get to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think from watching the video that I don't think he was going to run until she said, you got a warrant. The nasty way that she kind of said it after he said, you're under arrest, I think that it all looked like it was still going fine until she chimed in and said, you got a warrant.
Yeah, in this profession, we have to be a little bit more tactful on how we do things. Because he was complying. He got out the car, right? She made that statement, and they were too relaxed. They didn't practice good technique on him because he broke free. Look how long it took him to apply the handcuffs. And in the academy, they teach you, listen, when you're getting arrested, you need to be accurate. You need to be direct. You need to be in control. He had no control. He had no physical control over Daunte. And he was almost twice his size. You could even argue that the officer was way bigger than him. There was no reason why he should have been able to break away. And when Officer Potters made that statement, she should have been in close proximity and arm's reach to be able to assist, and she wasn't. She just failed completely. And the death of Daunte is her fault. But it could have been avoided if their practices were a lot better, to be completely honest.
Also, when you watch the video today, when the jury left, did you notice the smirk on her face? As soon as they got out of the room, she had a smirk like, oh, it didn't work.
I would have been crying. You put the handcuffs on.
Right.
I would be like, please, I'm so sorry I made a mistake. I would have been bawling and not one tear.
Never showed remorse.
Yeah, she had something in her eyes. Welcome back, Margie. Welcome back. She had something in her eyes that was so wicked to me. It was so wicked. It was even when she was talking to the prosecutor, when she was talking to the defense, she was very attentive, right? She was answering all the questions. She was active. And then all of a sudden the prosecutor came up and she was like bipolar.
I think they're so rehearsed.
It was.
You don't need to even listen to the defense. You just wait for the prosecutor because they rehearsed that, I think, for days and days.
That's true. It was very disappointing, though. I was disappointed in her. I think she could have really got off if she was sincere about it. But she came with a lot of hate in her heart, is what I saw.
And I think her defense, they wronged her. They should have stuck to the fact. They were so ambiguous. So did you accidentally shoot him because you had the right to shoot him because the other officer would have been dragged? That was no. I mean, It was clear in the videos, which were played over and over again, that wasn't even the reason why she would have used the taser. It was just the defense was too ambiguous, and the jury was very smart. They were very detailed, and they weren't supplied with after information. They kept coming back to the judge and requested information just so that they could clear certain things up. And the fact that they weren't given that information, that just made it easier for them to say, yeah, guilty. She should have come more honest, like you said.
Yeah.
I screwed up. I don't know what happened. And no, I think the other officer, and trying to come to her defense, he was going to drag me. He was going to. No, don't listen to that guy.
Yeah.
He did not help you at all. And it just made the jurors. At first, I want to be quite 100% honest with you. I was for Officer Potter. I was like, okay, like, oh, you make mistakes, and I'm all for the waterworks. You throw some waterworks on me, and I'm yours. But then I started looking at the facts. Okay, so the defense is saying that she had the right to use her taser. No, she could have tased anyone in that proximity. That wasn't even quick thinking. She should have just not even using her taser. I felt like it would have been the correct thing for that particular situation.
I think it was her defense. I think the defense was using old school tactics of you attack the victim.
Yes. Which was wrong. They did that with the Ahmaud Arbery case when the McMichaels were on trial. They used that same approach, and it made them. The defense had a very bad argument. Don't ever attack the victim, because that stuff is getting played out. Especially when it's clear that the victim isn't wrong. Daunte Wright wasn't wrong for being shot. He was clearly innocent, right? There was no reason for her to have shot him or tased him. And when the officers are there trying to justify it, it makes the department look bad. I understand we want to protect our officers. I'm explaining to you what the mentality of officers who think like that, how we think. But I want to touch on something that Omek said. He said, you act like white people don't do no wrong, bro. I'm assuming he's referring to me. Listen, let's be very clear, you guys. And when we're having these conversations, I have Miss Dawn, as we know, is a Caucasian woman. She's a white woman. Margie is, I believe, Hispanic, correct, Margie?
Puerto Riqueña.
Okay. We have a beautiful diversity on this screen right now. When we have these conversations, you guys, in the chat, and who are watching and who will watch this video afterwards, I'm assuming I'm talking to adults. I'm assuming I'm talking to people who are mature enough to understand the nuances of this conversation. And just because we are in the moment, we are talking about the acts of Black people, doesn't mean that I'm dismissing the acts of other people in this country. You guys, we're well aware, and let's be clear for those who are confused. White people commit more crimes in this country. They commit more crimes in this country. They do a lot of bad things in this country. They've done a lot of bad things throughout history, you guys. Listen, the obvious does not need to be stated. Okay? So when we're having these conversations, I need mature people to keep your ears and eyes open. We're talking about, just because we're talking about a particular situation that involves African Americans doesn't mean we need to compare whites into it. What else is the problem? White people are killed more by police encounters than Black people.
Never heard of that. They don't say it though. That's not publicized. Not the narrative out there.
That is not the narrative. That is not the narrative. What else is what else is the facts? You have white unarmed people are killed more than Black unarmed people. But that's not what they're going to tell you, you guys. And so I understand what Omek is saying. But again, you guys, we have to be mindful that just because we're not talking and making constant comparisons, this idea that we're always trying to funnel things through race is the reason why we have so much division in this country now. I simply talk about race because it's always a factor that people bring up. And I like to dispel a lot of the myths. Okay, we know that there's racism in this country. But what we're not talking about is all the amazing Black people in this country who don't look at other people through the color of their skins. What we don't talk about are all the Hispanic people in this country that don't look and judge people by the color of the skin. We don't talk about all the amazing white people in this country that don't judge people by the color of the skin. If you're going to make the argument, you need to talk about the other side. Stop making one-sided statements. And that's the reason why we have so much division in this country, is because people love to tell one side of the story. You like to say that police are bad and there's a bunch of bad, rotten apples, but no one likes to talk about all the amazing police officers in this profession. We want to talk about all the bad things that officers do, but no one wants to talk about all the lives that officers save. We talk about how many people officers have killed in the line of duty, but we don't talk about how many people they have saved. And so when you don't tell the other side of the story, when you don't tell that other side, you create a delusion. You create fear. You create resentment. You create hate. And that's the problem. The purpose of this channel is to tell the other side of the story that they don't want to tell you, right? So if you're not here for truth, then, you got to marinate on all those lies, and it doesn't help you guys. It doesn't help. So what are your thoughts, you guys, on, let me see. Let me go through these comments and see what people are saying. Let's scroll through. We need to stop. Let's see.
I wanted to ask, do you think she's being made as an example? Is there any possibility of that? I mean, I see with my own eyes all the flaws in the defense, but I believe if she would have had that dream team, she could have done much better. Any possibility that she's being made an example?
I think yes and no. I think what really hurt her situation, I think what hurt her situation is that her demeanor, and she had to take the stand, by the way. She absolutely had to take the stand. And I think that people saw through her BS. People saw through it. People saw through hey XYZ. She's in Europe. So she's amazing too. We had a talk earlier. Listen, people saw through her defense. They saw through her lies. They saw through her deception. And because of that, a lot of people, if you check out my video that I did, the last video I did on her, in the comment section, even like you said, Margie, same thing. Like you were like, hey, I was for Officer Potters. Now listen, I saw everything. I saw exactly what was going on. And I didn't like the moment the defense came with arrogance.
Mm-hmm.
From the very first day, you had him slamming his hand on the table. I said, bro, you are off to a bad start.
Yes.
There's nothing about what she did. Yeah, nothing about what she did was justified. The defense should have came on bending knee. On bending knee is how he should have started his argument. Hey, listen, jury, we have an officer who dedicated her life to this profession for 26 years.
No,
she's getting old, right? She's getting old. She's getting old. She's 26 veteran. She has served her community she has no complaints.
Yeah.
Right? She has no complaints by anybody. She's just out here working hard. And as she retires in 5 years, you guys, right? Like I would have sold something totally different. What did they do? They were banking on the fact that you knew he had a criminal record. They were banking on the fact that he was an African-American male. They were using his skin color. They're using his history as a way to paint a picture, right? They were using that to say, hey, listen, this guy was wrong. He resisted arrest.
Yeah.
And then what they do? How else did they try to paint it? They said, hey, even though she made a mistake and confused her gun from the taser, because of the totality of the circumstances at the moment, she still would have been justified if she shot him.
That's what killed me. Ooh. Once they said that, I was out of the. I was like, no. You can't officer, judge, and jury. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's almost that's what they wanted to say. She had every right to shoot him. She could have been the judge, executioner. everything. And that
The
was like, oh,
arrogance, man.
arrogance.
The arrogance behind that defense. And listen, she allowed her defense to make that stand. Why? Because she felt comfortable doing that. You don't think they consult? When I go on the stand as a witness for my own cases, we talk about it. They say, "Hey, Officer Daly, this is what we're thinking about doing. What do you think about that?" I'm like, "Okay, cool. Right? Let's do it. Let's do it." So listen, she was confident. She was comfortable in that element. She was confident in that arrogance that she kept, that she took that arrogance to the stand. How dare you try to convict me? Do you know who this driver was? She never once called him by his name.
And I think she still is and waiting for that appeal.
That's fine. She can do it all the way to the jail. What's going on, XYZ? Look what you got for us.
Good night.
I wanted to come into this, how absurd it is. I mean, for me, for you, obviously every day it is absurd, but for me, that humans have 25,000 genes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And skin color is what they call a polygenic trait.
Okay.
And it is 378 genetic location. So that's 1.5% of the 25,000.
Mm.
And this 1.5% have unproportionate consequences socially.
Mm.
Gigantic consequences. When that, I didn't tell the story, but I will one day.
Okay.
When me and my friend,
Yes, I
my
want to hear
little
about
brother, we were stopped and nearly shot, both of us, for nothing.
Was that in Europe or was that in America?
No, here, upstate New York.
Oh, okay.
We were shooting. He was taking pictures of a waterfall.
That's right. That's right.
But I don't want to go into the details. It's a long story.
All right, next time.
But you know, the absurdity of, just because he had a little darker skin, he was treated like a criminal on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They stopped us, and there was a little theater because they asked for the papers. And the very fraction of a second he went for the bag, which was between us, everybody pulled the gun, all the policemen.
Yes.
And he had to step out. So they prepared themselves they practiced this.
Yes.
They will ask for the papers. He will go for the bag to get the papers.
Yes.
And they will pull their gun and say that we thought he was getting his gun.
Yes.
So he had to step out. They humiliated him, you know, that he had to put his arms up like this on the car, his legs apart. And I had to, and this is just because he was a black guy, upstate New York. And they didn't want him up there taking pictures at the waterfall. There was no other reason.
Right.
I then later begged him to report it to the DA, and then finally he did, and then they came back with a fake answer why they did this to us.
Mm.
And so what I'm trying to say to you, but you know this, but I'm just replying to somebody who was on this discussion, that this 1.5% in our genes difference, because this is all
the skin color.
This has a shade, you know,
right?
Different shades. This has 100 times more consequence socially. Absurdly high. You can never say to me that people, they will always be treated differently.
Yes.
And I don't think that whites will feel endangered when they are stopped on the road that much. I don't think they will feel the consequences that badly. And it's scary. You know, John had to be 10 times more compliant.
Yes.
10 times, maybe even more, and 20 times more compliant than a white person. I, you know, the gun was held at me too, but I smiled like a fairy Just so to
to disarm,
de-escalate
yes,
the situation.
yes.
I smiled while they were holding guns and said, "What's the problem, officer?" But I was
Right.
smiling
We
too
have
because I thought, God, I talked John into this trip, into this hike, to this beautiful environment, and now they're gonna kill us or maybe him because a little shade difference. And so, because I'm telling this to you because you are saying, yeah, I know you have a lot of problem you have to solve in your own community, but there is this other absurd problem with humanity.
yes,
That with a little difference, it's so little, it's ridiculously small, but has gigantic, enormous consequences socially.
yes, it does.
And in 2008, I was here in Europe, and Obama won, and I was watching that live and said, "Oh, America grew up. America stepped into adulthood. How
Yes,
fantastic is this?" And I watched that speech, I don't know how
it was
many
an amazing
times, and
speech.
I was like,
It was a great speech.
up in the moon from it. And then, of course, we got the slap.
Yeah, we slapped.
Gigantic revenge.
Yes, 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 yes.
It was a revenge 10 times over with the former guy, what we
Yes,
call
yes,
the
yes,
former
yes,
guy.
yes, yes.
But that moment was so big.
Yeah, it was big.
And I really thought, oh, wow, if
Progressive.
America grew up, then the world is saved. And,
Yes.
it's always one step or two steps ahead, one step back or two. So I don't know if this could be solved, but what I'm trying to say for these women who talked before me is that she's right in the sense that it's absurd the consequences of this little
The skin color.
gene difference. It's
Yes.
enormously unproportionate. That's all
Yes.
I wanted to say.
No, yes, I agree. And I think and thank you for that. Because you said a lot of amazing things. And I have a video called The Power of Perception. And I talk about on the video how a person's skin color, your skin color itself can be a threat. But we have to talk about why that is. We have to talk about why people are so threatened by a dark-skinned individual, dark-skinned men. Why is that? Right? So it's a big conversation to have, and one that needs to be explored more often. And a lot of people understand why it is, but don't understand how to solve it. And unfortunately, there's this programming that takes place in this country. We as a people in my community have to regain our image, take back control over our image and what it means to be African American in this country. We have to retake that. We have to control that image and how people see it. We have to redefine it. And through that, I think we can start making a change, because people are going off of things that they learned, what they heard about. They're profiling people because they look a certain way. And so in that moment, like he said, he's reaching for his bag. There's this innate in the person's mind, officer's mind, are thinking that, okay, he might have a weapon. Well, why do you think he has a weapon? Right? Why do you think?
No, sorry. They saw us taking pictures at the waterfall.
Right.
They knew he was a photographer.
Yes.
The innocent photographer taking, but they had this little pre-written script.
Yes.
That when he will go for his bag, we will pull our guns.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Premeditated, and we will say we had to pull because we didn't know.
Yes.
No, they should have known that he was an innocent photographer.
They should have. But I will say this. That we have to also take in mind that an officer's job is dangerous, and we have to always prepare for the unknown. But what I will say is that sometimes we have to go about doing it a little bit more differently, to where we do not make people feel as if we are assuming that they are a threat, or assuming because the color of the skin that they are dangerous. And I say that to say there's a better way that should have been and could have been done. a more appropriate way.
Let me ask you,
more tactful way.
If I was with a white guy in the car, do you think that if they ask for the papers and he goes for the bag to get the papers, they would have pulled the gun on us? I don't think so.
Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. But I will say this though: it doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. It has happened where you have officers who respond on a knee-jerk reaction. It's so hard to say, and the reason why I say it's difficult to say is because every police officer is different, and not every decision that an officer makes to do and act a certain way is given or done because of the race or the skin color of the person. Sometimes you just have an officer that doesn't do their job properly. You have an officer that's just very scared when they do their job. And sometimes that is actually shown through their actions and behavior. So if you were to do a probability and say, what's the likelihood, right? We can say, yes, on more of a higher likelihood, you're going to have officers that are going to be a little bit more, they're going to be more suspicious of a person who looks a certain way. They're going to be more they're going to have a lot of more based on the stereotypes. Yes. But does that mean that a white person, a white male, can reach in a bag in the presence of an officer without permission, right? And that officer not draw his weapon? I disagree. But again, if we're breaking down probability, I would agree. I think that there are some officers that make knee-jerk reactions because of a person's skin color, and those things have to be addressed and examined. But that does not mean that those same knee-jerk reactions don't happen to white men. That I disagree, because I know for a fact that they do, right? So again, this then becomes an American problem, right? This becomes a
very American problem. Yeah.
It's an American problem. But we do highlight and examine when it happens to African Americans, because sometimes in some situations we're under the impression that it happens more to us than them.
And it doesn't?
According to the data, from what I've seen, it shows that a lot of us have more positive interactions than we believe to be happening. And so I would argue that we need more information. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of the data is inconclusive, because you have a lot of police departments don't participate in the data. I would say this. I would say that what people in the Black community are complaining about are legit. They're legitimate complaints. I think that sometimes they can be over exaggerated because there's a lot of truth that's missing out of that conversation. And I think if we come to the table and we really put out some real facts and truth, I think you'll start to see an adjustment of something that's more accurate. And I think it just comes down to having a conversation. But I do believe when there's smoke, there's fire. And if you see smoke, it needs to be examined. And what we see right now is a whole lot of smoke, and we do see fire. And so we know that there's issues there that need to be addressed. The question is, how do we address it? And then how do we come up with solutions, if that makes sense?
Look, somebody called the police on us because they didn't want a young Black boy. This was in the late 80s, so really back in history. Because they didn't want him up there in this nice white neighborhood, out in the countryside, Woodstock and Newport. So originally they were called because he was Black.
Right. Hold on 1 second. One second. Let me read this. I think this is very important. Lynette Morning says, I've watched a lot of channels and news outlets, and I swear you're the first who said she was guilty after she testified. I felt she was guilty before. Really sealed it for me after she testified. Absolutely. Trash Can Waves, I appreciate this brother always giving good insight. We need a firm stance in this era of right and wrong, punishment and reward. Set a clear example of what to do and what not to do. No pity for her. Now, I want to speak on this real quick before you give that example. And Margie, I want to get your take on this as well. What he's saying is something that I also feel very strongly about, is that this came about recently when the gentleman who was charged with 110 years for that trucking accident. I have an issue when it comes to the race, when it comes to the disparities, when it comes to sentencing, right? You have certain situations. I did a video on sexual assault and how there was a white male who had sexually assaulted 4 women in New York, by the way, upstate New York. And he was wealthy. He comes from a wealthy family. And he was given, with that sexual assault he was convicted of, he was given 10 years probation, not prison. And then you can have a black man who sexually assaulted someone, and he's going to get 25 years, right? Or you have a black man who was false. They lied and said he sexually assaulted someone, and he still got 10, 15 years. So it is a known fact that there's a disparity between sentencing between whites and blacks when it comes to the same crimes. Same crimes. You have one that will get lesser sentencing than so there needs to be, according to Trash Karen Ways, I agree with him. We need to speak out and start setting a tone, a precedent. Say, listen, if you do this crime and this crime, this crime, this is what it is for everybody. For everybody. And if I do a crime and I find out someone did the same crime in California and you gave them 5 years and you're trying to give me 15 for the same crime, that should not be allowed. And so that's my stance on that. I think that's a great comment. Let me roll through some of these real quick.
There's a wealth disparity as well.
Oh,
If
we
you
know
have
there's
the more money you have, the easier it is for you to get off. So
well, I would say you'd have to have a lot of money to circumvent, like he did. He had a lot of money. His family, they said his law firm, the law firm his parents were part of, pulled in about like $1 million a year. Or I would say each one of the practitioners of the law firm were making $1 million a year. So this family had influence on the judge. Let's see, you guys, if you want to call, I see we still got a good number in the chat. If you guys want to call in, please, I want to hear what you have to say. Let me scroll through.
Okay, then I say goodbye to you.
You leaving? Yes. Listen, look forward to you coming back again, XYZ. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. She's talking about the 80s, though. Back in the 80s, oh my God, they discriminated against everything.
They did a lot.
A Hispanic person with curly hair couldn't be upstate and in certain situations without being kind of bullied to exit and leave that area.
Correct.
And I still believe there are places here in America that are still like that.
Yes.
And that will always remain that way.
Yes, because see, ignorance is taught. You're teaching that. You're passing that same mindset down to your children, What does Shibi say? I'm here to be transparent and learn from you, Nathan, and your callers. I'm listening because I want to be on one accord with my neighbors. Sorry, I have to go for dinner with my husband. No, Shibi, I appreciate that. And this is what it's about. The biggest problem in this country is that we don't talk to each other.
Yeah.
We assume that we know why a person didn't say hello when they walked past us in the morning, right? We just make so much assumptions that at the end of the day, it's not helping us.
How do we bridge that gap? Now that you have this channel, this is an amazing platform. Oh my God, I keep bragging about it.
Oh, thank you.
It's good to see your perspective, to hear your perspective, your insight. I mean, it educates the rest of us. But how do we take it a step further? How do we make this remember I kept talking about, and the young lady that was here before me, talking about a school curriculum, because it's true, Officer Daly. When I was a kid, they would come to the schools. There was such a good connection between community and policing. It just made it easier for both sides to help and to bring up better, a better and a brighter future for our communities. How do we bridge that now?
We gotta start with the homes, because the problem with authority is by the time the police get in contact with these kids, they've already lost respect for authority just in general. They weren't raised like that, a lot of us. But what ends up happening is, if you look at both of our communities, you look at the problems that we have in our communities, you look at why we're having those problems. An officer can't, if you don't respect your parents, you're not going to respect me. So even if I put a police officer in these schools, if you already don't have respect for the authority, you don't respect teachers. These are kids I deal with. They don't respect the teachers. They don't respect their own parents. So I'm a stranger and I only have the power to take you to jail. you don't respect me either. So the question is, if we want to repair our communities, we have to repair our homes. We have to ask why these homes are broken. See, the
But let's
word.
be realistic. Sometimes you have two working parents. My kid was a latchkey kid. I was
Yeah,
going to college, plus I was
here's
the only one.
but see, the problem with that is that's not the child's fault, right? That's not the child's fault. The question is like, okay, we got latchkey kids, and this is no disrespect to any parents, but the question is, are we bringing kids into a world where we're able to raise them appropriately, right? Give them the best opportunities. Are we doing what's best? Are we creating an environment, a home that's best for the children that we're bringing in, right? So I think the question is, yes, if you have a parent who can't give their children undivided attention, then there's trade-offs, there's consequences for that. I mean, just have to be honest, and what do we see? We see a lot of broken homes or a lot of single parents, whether male or female, and they can't really discipline or maintain their home, right? And these kids come out and they start to be raised by the streets. They're raised by their other friends. They're raised by the TV. They're raised by the internet and social media. And so what ends up happening, these kids become in conflict with society, and the parents are nowhere to be found. So the question is, how do we restructure these homes in order to have the better outcomes that we're looking for?
It's a community effort. I remember for me raising my child, I had my neighbors involved, my parents, it was a community effort, and just being involved. There were certain times that I would have to say to work, gonna have to leave early. There's more, there's bigger priorities, but then that meant a lower paycheck.
Yes.
It's a balance, but it's always a community effort. And that's where I think community programs they're just needed.
Yeah.
They're absolutely needed.
And again, when you think about it, now we're relying on community programs to do things that we should have done ourselves. The problem is as we start to go down the line, we start finding more and more ways to take the accountability off of the individual. I'm one man. I meet you, you're one woman. We come together. As we come together to have children, we need to be prepared and say, if we're not going to have kids unless we're able to afford, protect, shelter, and lead them, right? Lead this household. Like, these are mature conversations that we have to start having as a group, right? And what happens now? A study was shown that poverty, when you have children out of wedlock, when you have children and there's single parent homes, you significantly increase the rate of poverty, right? Because again, like you said, a single parent now has to cover two jobs to afford, right? To balance out this home. Whereas if two parents were there or the village was there to help, then that parent can be a lot more active for that child. So the question is, we ourselves are creating life and then find it very difficult to maintain it as things progress. So we have to look at all that. There's studies that show that how single parent homes can increase chances of poverty. And then, of course, how that correlates to the child coming out, the literacy rates and crime, and how all this ties back together. We have to fix the homes. In order to fix the homes, us as individuals have to be more active and responsible with the people we give ourselves to, right? And so now we're putting it back on us as individuals. So if I'm holding myself accountable and saying the woman that I pair myself with, I am now saying that we have to be responsible in the action that we do together. Because if we create life and then we separate and don't give that child our undivided attention, we are now recreating the same problem that we're complaining about.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Let me hear what you have to say, Lady K. How you doing? Welcome. Lady K, are you there? You're on mute.
Oh yes, I'm here.
How you doing?
First of all, I'm doing good. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you. I appreciate your show.
Thank you.
You ride the fence. Some people see that as a bad thing when people ride the fence, but it's not a bad thing in these type of situations when it comes to policing and the community. you can't be one-sided. You have to
Correct.
look at both sides. Like you were saying, accountability. We have to hold ourselves accountable, both
Yeah.
sides.
Yes.
Parenting. It's the same with parenting, like you said about, being more selective on who you give your body to.
Yes.
If you're a single parent, why would you just continue having children? And,
Yes.
that is very selfish in my eyes, because the child didn't ask to be here.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
no, you're never guaranteed to be with someone forever. But starting out, you should never have a child with someone that you can't at least see yourself being with forever. And it's not all on the woman, it's not all on the man, because both of them have ways to protect their own bodies.
Yes.
And now the village, we all know
Mm.
the village is gone. The village is no longer. Nobody wants to be telling their children anything.
Yeah.
It's not about programs. It's not about all they want. That if they do have programs, they just consider it as a daycare. But if that program was to actually discipline your child, most parents are going to run up there and attack the person who did it, even
Correct.
if their child was in the wrong.
Correct.
I have three sons. I've been married 24 years now, and I'm going to speak on my situation,
Okay.
because it's not perfect. Um, just because you're with someone, some people don't want to be a parent. They don't know how to be a parent.
That's true.
For instance, my husband, he never knew how to be a father because he didn't have his dad around. I mean, he's a
Right.
great provider. He's a great provider, but when it comes to disciplining and even loving, he'll spoil them to death, buy them whatever they want. He loves them. He's very, but all of the discipline and love and all of that fell on me.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's a hard role because I worked also
Right. Right.
and had them in sports and everything. And they're grown now. They're, well, except my baby, they're 25, 20, and 16. But you know, I I I grew up in poverty and single parent household, and I just always knew what I didn't want for my kids. You know, um, my saying is, if my mother taught me anything, she taught me the most important thing, and that was to never be like her.
Mm.
And so, I mean, yes, I was big on education, respect, character. I mean, everything.
And
It all comes into one. One thing you want to be in this world is a good person.
correct. And let me
You
chime in with
know,
that because what you're saying is correct. And Margie, you made a good point as well, and Lady K. And I think when people start asking about solutions, I say to myself that as adults, we have young adults that are coming up into the generation. We have to, as
mhm,
elders, people before them, speak life into them, tell them, right? What we see in a lot of times in our communities that some kids are very hard to talk to. They don't want to listen, right? They're very
mhm,
rebellious. They're very rebellious. And so, but the reality is we have to get the mentality of educating these kids properly so that when they come out here and pick partners and do this, they understand what they're doing. They understanding the consequences of doing it wrong. And therefore, we have to find a way to start rebuilding. We have to start with a generation. We got to pick a generation and pour our all into it in order to reset this because our country is going backwards. Our country is
You are absolutely right.
backwards.
And the main person who can do that is that parent, because every
Correct.
child is different.
Correct.
And only that
Absolutely.
parent knows their child.
Absolutely. We got
And
to start from the source.
and single parent or not, if you choose to have those children, then you should pour your all into them to make them good people.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. What does
I
Edwin Garcia say? Real quick. For minor girls, not women. He's correct. In reference to what I said earlier about the gentleman who sexually assaulted those four. It was four underage girls. He sure did, and that was in New York. So yes, that was very true. I want to make sure I clarified that.
got, what did he get?
Saying that's another situation of not being held accountable. Just because it's
Correct.
in a different financial, different race, different financial status, he still wasn't held accountable.
Right. Yes. Yes. Yep. He wasn't held accountable.
So where do we go? We're having problems with the higher ups, and we're having problems with the poverty. So
Yes.
how do we balance it? I
We,
mean,
we balance it just like you said. We have to take own individual accountability and start self-correcting. Listen, dude, we have a couple generations that are too far gone, right? Like unless they want to do the
yes,
self-work, we can't even study them. I would pay attention to the children in preschool. I would
exactly.
focus all of my resources with the children in preschool and say, listen, imagine we came from the future. We're coming back to warn you guys that we're getting ready to self-destruct, that we are destroying our country because of division, because of hate, because of ignorance. We are destroying ourselves from the inside out. We need you to do
Yes,
better. We need you to do better. We need you to pick better partners. We need you to have better homes. We need you to love and respect one another. See, racism is taught, hate is taught, evil and wickedness is taught.
exactly.
And so until we start making a proactive approach before these kids become tainted, before they become tainted,
Yes.
I had to do an accident. I'll never forget this. It was in a parking lot of a not a preschool, daycare. And all these kids were in the backyard, not backyard, in the back, playing, and I could see them. And I'm doing the report, taking information, and I'm waving to the kids, they're waving back. And in that moment, I saw the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in a long time. I saw
Mhm.
every child from all different types of colors, shapes, sizes. Well, I would say not shapes because all these kids were skinny before. You know how it is. You start to get older and start eating. But
Yeah.
whole bunch of small kids, all different races, all folks,
Love.
just love,
Oh man.
just
Yes.
love. Colorblind,
Yes.
colorblind, and I said if we can just protect that innocence, if we can just protect that innocence
Exactly.
for as long as we can, you guys, that's how you make change. We're so busy focusing on the people that have already lost, and we're so focused on trying to change people who are too stubborn to change, right? And it's not to say we
Mhm.
don't make efforts, but our majority of effort needs to be on these new kids that are coming up.
Yeah.
You know, that is where that's the key. We might have to just throw a couple
Yes.
generations in the trash. We might have to just say, listen,
I'm telling you. I mean, that's how it seems like.
yeah, yep, we
I
got to
mean,
throw a couple in the trash.
I'm afraid of these kids.
A lot of us,
Like the old saying of, when the white person, black person, white person lock their door. Well, I'm that white lady. I
yeah,
am locking my door. I don't care what race they are, though.
yeah,
Yeah.
My son's friends, I was always strongly involved in their lives. Their friends, they weren't allowed to spend a night anywhere. Because when you spend a night somewhere, you're not spending a night with just your friend. You're spending a night with the whole household. And, I know what type of parent I am, and I know that I'm going to watch your children and mine. I'm going to stay up with them as late as they stay up. And so my house was always the house where kids were allowed to come over and spend the night. because I know.
You were the village, Miss K.
Yes, and for my kids, they still have the same best friends they had when they were little.
Yeah, we need a lot of.
And
missing that. Yeah, we're missing that. Let me see what did OG Patrice say. She said, Nathan Daly, how do we address the systemic cover-up of the blue code of silence that is causing harm, just as the no snitch within our communities? Listen, that's why I'm here, you guys.
Oh my God, that no snitching. I'm so
here.
That it's no snitching until it's their family member.
Correct.
Then they're on the news crying, begging for someone to talk.
Explain that, Mr. Daly, Officer Daly. The
Which
blue
part?
code of silence. I want you to explain it in great detail. What is the blue code of silence? When is it practiced? Let me tell you, we don't cover up. We just know how to make things smooth things out, let's say.
Right.
It's just like we grew up. The blue code of silence is just like we grew up. What goes on in this house stays in this house.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I think sometimes it's a culture more prevalent in some departments than others. I will say that. And I think
yes.
Is it fair to say more predominantly in like white departments?
Almost all departments are predominantly white, though.
Yeah.
Right?
See, down here where I am now, our mayor is black, and I'm in it's a small town. I'm in a predominantly white city, Republican city. Our mayor is black, and we just got a black police chief. They've built boards and stuff to where the police has to be more I can't think of the word.
Transparent.
Transparent. Yes.
So let's talk about that. I like what Shima 20 say. Make raising your damn kids a priority. Church won't do it. School won't do it. This is true. This is the problem, right? A lot of parents pawn their kids. You guys have no idea. A lot of parents pawn school to some parents is a daycare, and these parents they're not involved. So what does OG Patrice says? The blue code of silence is like no snitching. This is true. It's more prevalent in some departments. You have some departments where it's part of their culture. It's not all police departments. There's a sprinkle of a few that are like that. And listen, the reality is this. What are people saying right now? People are saying we want more transparency, not just with police, all throughout government, right? The problem is I put you in charge to do a job. And as you're doing that job, I don't like the way you're doing it. And now you're not even.
And I need to see what you're doing.
I need to see what you're doing. What's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't, but some people do. And sometimes our most corrupt people see things wrong with that, right? And so what are the people saying?
Exactly.
The people in this country have forgotten that we are the people, right? We have the power. I believe that it's our job as officers, as departments, to rise to the standards that the citizens are asking us to rise to. And it means that we need to be.
I think the only way that will happen is if a federal law has to be passed.
The problem with federal law is that federal law can't force the states to do that, right? So remember, the states have rights. The states have rights now, and I'll tell you what, Texas ain't gonna let that happen. Let's be clear.
Florida.
See, that's where I'm at, Texas.
I know. That's why I said that. You know, Texas ain't gonna let that happen. Stop playing, Lady K.
I know. That's why I said it needs to be federal because if it's state, no, they have a choice. If it's state, federal, they don't really have a choice.
Yeah, the states can't. The feds can't overstep the states as long as the states are minding the Constitution. The feds gotta play nice. I see Miss T in the back. Miss Lady K, I'm a rotate you out. I got one more jumping in. And
all right, it was nice talking to you guys.
Same here. Don't be a stranger.
Bye, Miss Lady K.
I will not. Yeah, have a good one.
You too. All right.
Merry Christmas.
You too.
All righty.
All right. I see T. T, you ready to come up? About to bring you up. It's Love. I'm gonna bring you up.
Right on, bro.
All right. All right. Who we got? Who we got? T, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm back, brother. I just wanted to touch on one of the topics that was going on for the past couple of minutes about the kids. You know, what need to be done about the kids. I remember, well, after we talked about
Go ahead. I hear you. I got to cover the camera quick.
Okay.
Go ahead.
After we talked about my encounter with Kim Potter, and then this topic come up about the kids. You know, it's going to take a couple of generations. Like you said, you kind of alluded to, we need to probably going to have to throw away a couple of generations to fix this. But I think, like I said before in the comments, I think we need to actually let these fathers, women, I'm not bashing y'all, but I think we need to let these fathers be a part of these kids' lives and, you know, step back in and put that foot down when it's time to put that foot down. You know, these kids need to be disciplined. Let the fathers, if you don't have the, you know, the fortitude to actually discipline these kids, let the father discipline these kids. We won't see as much crime on the streets. We won't see so much bad behavior on the streets as well. But we have to allow these fathers back into the picture in order to correct some of this madness that's going
on. What are your thoughts, Margie? What are your thoughts on that, Margie? And then I want to get your thoughts on that too. It's Love.
I still believe that, you know, I'm a single parent and I was both father and mother figure. And I still felt like there always needs to be an outlet. Like I've always been 100% there, but there's always also, I still think that the community is a strong force, a good outlet. The Boy Scouts of America, things to do, places to go, you know, exciting things to, you know, to do while the parents may not be around. I totally 100% agree that we have to choose properly, but realistically, let's be realistic. There's a lot of single parents, single men raising children and single moms raising children. And I still think that it's a community effort. If I see something wrong, yeah, I'm gonna pull that kid aside. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to your father. You want me
Exactly.
to tell your father? You want me to tell your mother what I saw you doing? Put that back. Do the right thing.
Correct.
I think we all should be involved in every child's life. And I hate to say it, but I don't want no age range to be disposable. I think everybody can be corrected, but
the problem is, and I want to hear It's Love as well. The problem, I would say real quick, is that a lot of our kids don't respect, right? We have a lot of kids in this newer generation that have a lack of respect. And I think that's what makes it difficult to actually, I know people who don't even say things to kids because the kids just don't respect adults, any adults. You could be giving them wisdom, just say, hey, don't do that because that's not good. And it's F you, old man or old lady, right? That's the problem, right? It's Love. What are your thoughts on that? I want to get your thoughts on what he said in reference to men, I guess, kind of being an active representation in the home to help discipline the males.
So first of all, I'm a single mother.
Okay.
I have a 12-year-old son of mixed race, and I work my butt off to make sure that my son is going to be successful and he is also on the spectrum, on the higher spectrum. So he's very intelligent. So I have him in day treatment. Excuse me. So he can learn how to build those skills. So he's not going to be in like special ed and all that stuff, because being a child of color, I do not want him pushed into a room so he is not learning.
Right.
Because school districts tend to do that with people of color. Also, I think that a lot of people these days, speaking parent-wise, I think that not all parents, but a majority of parents have addiction issues. And so a lot of kids don't have parental guidance, whether they're just on the streets trying to figure it out for themselves, or their parents, they are parents of their parents.
Yes.
I also think that, or they're living with their grandparents. And so they, most of them don't have respect for adults. And I also think that we don't have communities anymore because of that. So we can't trust our neighbors to, you know,
that's true,
discipline our children.
This is true.
It's true.
You know,
this is true.
So yeah, we do need places that our children can go, but I feel like I can't trust the school to teach my children correctly. I think we were speaking about this last night, actually, which was the first time that I actually got on the live. And I want to congratulate you because I really feel like this is a really positive outlet.
Thank you.
You're actually the first police officer that I've actually listened to that made sense.
Thank you.
That saw both sides.
Facts.
Right. I actually do not respect a lot of officers. I'm scared to death of them. My child is scared to death of them. And I actually live in Brooklyn Center. Actually have came across, I've actually got pulled over twice by Miss Potter.
Yeah.
And so I have had negative interactions with her. But
Same thing with
that's
me,
how
Nathan.
I feel about the whole, with your kids. I feel it's up to us as parents to, do what we can to ensure that our children, grow up to be successful adults.
Correct.
Let
me ask you this though, because you and T have some very, I feel kind of special, you guys. Why? Because I feel like I have, Margie knows what I'm about to say. I feel like I'm so blessed that you guys came to this channel first and foremost. I'm very blessed and I'm very grateful that you're willing to share as well, that you had, obviously this is completely exclusive, right? I'm so excited. I do feel like I have exclusive content.
Exactly.
But I'm real so grateful that you felt comfortable enough to come on here and share that you had experience with her. And it's love. I would love to hear it's love. I would love to hear what those encounters were like, what your impression was. And I understand why you don't like the police. You're not wrong for that. I think
that says a lot.
It does say a lot, but the goal
says what her encounters may have been like.
Yes, and this is why we have to examine these in order for us to better understand what needs to be changed. So it's love. Let me hear, what were those first encounters like with Officer Potter's, your first and your second one? Can you just kind of take us back to that moment?
So I got pulled over twice by her I got pulled over 4 times in a 2-week period by the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And I had both of my children in the car. The first 2 times, Miss Potter was with 2 other officers. But she was with the 2 officers. The first time I got pulled over, she had initially pulled me over for drinking and driving.
Okay.
I was leaving an appointment for my son in the middle of the day, and I had actually was a block away from the appointment, and her excuse was I was drinking and driving. Mind you, she had just whipped around and pulled me over.
Okay.
And I have Native American stickers on the back of my car.
I'm sorry, can I ask you when was this that this took place?
This was, I want to say, probably, my son is 12 now, and it was probably when he was 4 or 5.
Okay.
Wow.
I want to say roundabout. I can't exactly pinpoint.
Right about the same time where she got me.
Oh, interesting.
2013.
Okay. And so she had came up to the car, and my daughter was sitting in the passenger seat. She was 15.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter is also biracial. She is mixed of a lot of different things.
Okay.
And she asked her for her ID. And I said, I'm sorry, she's 15. She has no ID. And she was like, excuse me? And I said, she has no ID. She's 15. She's my daughter. And then she was like, then she just let it go. And then the other officer was looking around in my car as Miss Potter is like, you know, asking me if I was drinking, and, you know, that's why she pulled me over. And I said, no, I just came from an appointment. And then she said, okay, well, you do understand you have your license plate in your window. And I said, yeah, I just got in an accident. My front end is, you know, it was hanging, well, it wasn't hanging off, but my bumper was gone. So I had just got a new license plate probably the day before. And that's what she had gave me a fix-it ticket or something like that. After she accused me of drinking. So then I want to say probably maybe 2 days later, she pulled me over again for drinking. And I don't know exactly what, like, if she was riding behind me or what, but I know she accused me of drinking. And then I reminded her that she had just pulled me over 2 days earlier, and I was leaving my son's appointment again in the same spot, but it was down the road more on Brooklyn Boulevard.
Wow.
What that sounds like? Did she ever cite you for any moving violations such as DUI?
Nope. She just gave me a fix-it ticket.
What's a fix-it ticket again? What's a
in
fix-it?
Minnesota? They used to give you fix-it tickets.
What does that mean?
You have so long to fix it, and you have to, once you fix it, you have to go up to the police station and show them that you fixed it.
All right. And what was damage that needed to be fixed that second time she pulled you over?
I had to put my license plate in the front of my car.
Got it.
Yeah.
But she's saying she stopped you initially for DUI. It's basically saying that you may have failed to maintain lane, is what I'm assuming, right? Or you something that.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Okay. But she didn't have enough time to even say that.
Right, because she didn't witness you driving long enough to be able to examine it.
Exactly.
So, did you file a complaint?
No way.
Why not?
Because I would be too scared to go into the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
What's wrong with what type of reputation does the Brooklyn City Police Department have?
Interesting question, brother. I got a story for you when she's done.
All right.
Well, before that, I had went into the the Family Dollar, and I refused to sign my signature because of the lady had canceled my card but wanted me to sign for it. And I'd said no. She called the police on me. 7 police cars showed up, and my son was 3 or 4, and he was like, "Mommy, are you getting arrested?" And they all came into the store, like seriously, like mob deep. And my son was so scared that I was going to jail. And they told me to leave the store. So I will not go up there.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean,
that's
it's
interesting.
like that.
So you know, I think your testimony is very important, because this is why I think it's important for us always to have someone said Rick D. Yeah. This is why I think your testimony is so important. And because see, T had a very negative experience with her as well, but T's African American, and you're Caucasian, right? You're white.
He
I'm
has
well,
children.
yeah. I mean, I'm Native
Are
and
you Native? Okay.
West
Hmm.
Asian and white. Yes.
Okay, so you got you got a mix of things going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that it's showing that this speaks to a bigger issue. She has ego written all over her face.
Yeah.
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 You know, let me tell you how arrogant. When I told you guys that she was arrogant way before this happened, way before this conviction. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you why I say she's arrogant, and I want you to see something.
Yeah.
This is her mugshot right here
Oh my gosh.
that she just got booked under right here. This is
Just
Wow.
What? This is just now
yeah.
Wow.
after she got handcuffed.
After, because she's getting rebooked. Remember, she got
Wow.
rebooked into the to the jail.
You
This is
know,
her face. That smile right there.
that
Says, oh,
that's similar to the way she walked up to me with her hand on that weapon.
yeah.
She's
Yeah.
wicked. She's wicked, you guys. That, you know,
did you hear during jury selection when they were selecting, one particular juror said that her white friend was dating a black gentleman, and she said, I don't want to be part of this jury because I am definitely going to be biased, because my friend told me a story about her going into her apartment, and once she noticed the black gentleman, she said, that's your problem right there.
Wow.
Why are you dating a black guy? You know,
Wow.
she's a white woman. The
Wow.
juror, this is one during jury selection. You could still go back and find this.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna have to do another video on this.
Yes.
Thank you, Don Summers. I appreciate putting that out, letting us know about that new mugshot. That's shocking to me. I'm gonna do a video about that.
Yeah.
Again, you guys, where's the toxicity in this profession? Ego.
Yeah.
Ego. And I said it earlier, you guys.
Yeah.
The problem is, unfortunately, you have a profession where you're automatically given respect. You're in a profession where people have to respect you. People submit to you simply because you wear a uniform. Now, listen, I'm not against it. I'm not against it, right? It feels good. But what's the reality? The reality is a lot of people can't handle that. A lot of people aren't self-disciplined enough. They don't get introspective and see, hey, you know what? I'm losing myself in this profession. You know, again, I'll tell the story when I first recognized the power of the uniform. And I started walking around. I was walking through the gas station and people were moving out of the way. People were asking me, sir, I'm going up to the counter to pay for something. Oh, officer, don't worry, it's on us. Officer, is there anything you need we can do to help? Oh, no, it's good. And then you approach a crowd of people that you need to talk to and you see the attitude change.
Yeah.
Listen, what ends up happening is officers get in a position where they realize that they have power. They realize that you have to respect me. And I never had to do anything to earn it. We were given power and never had to earn it.
Yeah.
And so what does that look like to a person that does not know the power that they're holding? It's easy to abuse. They don't have the cognitive ability to be able to look at a situation and say, you know what? This isn't right. This is, I'm doing wrong, right? Listen, what would it look like if officers had to earn the respect of the communities they were serving? What would that look like, you guys?
So why don't they make that a curriculum and part of your training? When you're training to become a police officer, understand the amount of power that you have. Don't abuse it. These are things that need to be taught in the academy. Are they taught? My question is.
It depends, right? I haven't seen all the academies, but I will say every police department is different. What does OG Patrice say? She said it's called the God complex. She's absolutely right. Doctors, lawyers, judges, police officers. What is she talking about? People who have authority.
Yeah.
You'll see nurses say the same thing about doctors.
Yes.
So, listen, here's the problem. I give someone $1 million tomorrow. They never had $1 million before. Why did their personalities change? Right? Who taught you how to handle that power you were given? No one teaches you this.
That's right.
Do you guys take a psychological assessment before you get hired?
Yeah, but those things are easy. You can walk through those.
Oh.
You can walk through those, right? And the thing is, we do have those, but those things, they don't catch a lot of the foolishness. The problem is, it's too easy to do this profession. It's too easy to get into this profession. We need to make it harder. But they're afraid if we make it too hard, we won't get anybody. But I say less is more.
Yeah.
Less is more.
I agree. You gotta, at some point, you gotta start looking at quality over quantity.
Absolutely. And here's a trade-off, though. We focus on quality, but we got to take a hit somewhere else, right? We need to pay them more. We got to pay officers more. But what else where else do we take a hit? You're not going to get officers to show up every time you got a noise complaint or you got a neighbor that's getting on your nerves. We're not going to handle that anymore, right?
Right.
Because we need to free officers up to train more and be more active in the things that are important, right? And so we need more investigators. I was saying this earlier on another channel. We need more investigators because a patrol officer's job is proactive. See, when these officers have too much freedom to mess around and they're not being held to a higher standard, they do stuff like pull over people and blame and claim they're a DUI.
Yeah.
And then they ask a child for ID, knowing from observation that child is a child. Right? So we get this harassment. And so when I say people are complaining about things with law enforcement, unfortunately, have some law enforcement like, the people are just, they don't know what we're doing. They're exaggerating, blah, 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 blah. When there's smoke, there's fire, you guys.
That's right. That's right.
And though you might exaggerate, it doesn't mean that the fire is not there.
Exactly.
So the problem again with even our community, and I tell people, we have in the Black community, we complain a lot about the police. Yes, the police, but the problem though, what is the problem? So it's easy to point the blame at one entity, right? One institution. The reality is this is an American problem.
Right.
This is an American problem. Our community, my community, we want to make it about us. And then I'm here to show people that white people have the same outcome. Now, doesn't mean that racism is not existing. It doesn't mean we don't have racist police officers who have a badge. Because I worked in a department where we had gang members as police officers.
Gee,
right? We had police officers that were working with drug dealers and drug cartel, you guys.
Right.
And these officers were Black. They did a major sting in the whole metro Atlanta, and they arrested over like 13 police officers who were working for an illegal gang operation. Wow. So you can't tell me corruption. Let's take corruption and we put a list of names that belong in that pot, whether you're racist, whether you're abusing your power, whether you just have issues just in general, you have no business doing a job, you're corrupt. We're going to put you in a box and we're going to call it corruption. Right. So our goal is to remove corrupt officers out of the business. That's it.
Yeah. I wish they could have gotten her out of position when I encountered her, but then there was a second encounter that wasn't so bad, but she made some derogatory comments. But
did you make a complaint?
Yeah, I made a complaint the first time.
Okay.
Went down there and I wrote her name down while we was in Walgreens that time, that initial contact we had. And then the second encounter, they asked me why did I feel like she was profiling me, and I explained to them, and they knew, like I told you earlier, they knew who I was. They knew exactly who I was. The second encounter.
Hold on, you still stay in that area, right?
Well, at that time I did.
Okay, hold on. It's Love. You still live in that area, right?
I do actually. Okay.
I need you to email me. I have an operation for you.
Okay.
I love this.
We over here. So let me tell you, some people call me Batman in the comments and stuff and things like that. Listen, you guys, one of my nicknames at the job was Dark Knight. That's what they used to call me. And
Dark Phoenix.
I don't play about officers doing the foolishness. I don't, you guys. I call officers out. I did it while I worked. I worked with some amazing police officers in all the departments that I worked. And every time we'd have about 2 or 3 in the department, Let me tell you something. There's a lot of great police officers, and we don't have a problem calling out the foolishness, you guys. And but great officers hang out with great officers. And if you're being harassed by one, best just know that there's a great officer working in that department that's doing his job or her job, and don't have
That
time
is
to hang,
facts.
and don't have time to hang out with people who aren't there for the right reasons. We don't associate with them.
Yeah.
And this is part of the blue curtain people are talking about. Listen, I'm gonna pull this curtain down real quick and say, hey, listen, y'all, that man and that girl over there, we don't operate like that. That's what they are doing. That's between them and the department. The department's checking that. In the meantime, I'm here for the right reasons. She's here for the right reasons, you guys. I associated with solid people who did the job with integrity. And so unfortunately, you always have a few that slip through the crack. And the truth of the matter is you have a lot of officers who know this, but can't speak on it because of their department. And that's why I'm here to speak on their behalf. All right. So
Officer Lucky is in that predicament.
Officer Lucky is in that predicament. He is in that predicament. And you see, he still works for the department.
Yeah.
And so, but you also saw those officers take the stand and try to defend her.
Yeah, yeah. That second encounter that we had, there was an officer who kind of corrected her from her derogatory statements towards me. So, yeah, right on the spot, because he knew who I was. He was actually a fan of mine, and I particularly on this day I came home from the recording studio, and I pulled into our cul-de-sac, and I see 2 squad cars. And I didn't go into my driveway. I just pulled straight ahead to see what was going on. She actually pulled up right after I pulled up in a different direction. So I think she might have cut me off. Like, I think I recognize that car. So I got out of the car, and the officer who was there before her, he was a sergeant. And we were talking, and he was explaining to another officer who I was. And he makes great music, this. And he was asking what was under the hood, and I opened the hood and let him see and let him hear the exhaust. You know what I mean? So she pulled up, and she started looking at me weird, and I looked at her back weird, like, "Oh, it's you," you know. And she pulled the sarge to the side. Did you see what he pulled up in? Did you see? And he was like, "Yeah, we're talking about it now." Like, how? She asked him how.
Yep.
And she said he told her he's a music producer. That's how, you know, and he kind of gave her a look like, how dare you? Why
How
would
dare
you
you
say
even
something like
ask
that?
him? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I actually went back because she tried to look at my license plate. I had a cover this time over my license plate. It was a glass see-through.
Yeah.
No tint to it, but she kind of forcefully wanted me to remove it. And the Sarge was like, no, you don't have to do that. And I thought she was joking because she laughed. It was like, you got to take that off right now. Do it now. And I kind of looked like, nah, I laughed it off and didn't think anything of it. And I left the car over where we were standing. I went to the house to check something. I came back out. I left the car running because my family was out there talking to the officers. And she had an issue with it. And the Sarge told her, no, you don't do that. I mean, we know this guy. This is a regulation right here. It's not obstructing the view. We can clearly see it, you know. So, and so I filed a report then.
We're gonna talk about that. T, I want you to email me, and it's love. I want you to email me as well.
Okay.
And we got something we're gonna do called Mission Impossible. So I'm gonna encourage you guys to join the channel as well. Because I have a group of investigators. I'm gonna be teaching and putting them on game, and we're gonna do something special with this channel.
That's what's up.
We're gonna do something special about this channel, and so there's a lot to break down with that. And
yes,
I'm going to point out some things about this. This is a problem. This Officer Potters is a problem.
I give the benefit of the doubt. Wow. I didn't think that juror that was during jury selection, when that person commented that they had that personal experience, that her girlfriend had that personal experience, I didn't believe it. But now listening to wow, she was the bad apple. And
Oh
you
yeah.
know, you
Yeah,
get what you put out.
and she's working in a department where it looks like there's a couple people. One, they work for a long time. You become a family. And
Yeah.
again, I say this is I understand why officers we want to protect each other, but I worked with a group of guys and gals, and it was a very understanding. We are going to protect each other. We're not going to lie for each other. Right? We're going to hold each other accountable. We're going to support one another. And if you make an honest mistake, we've always said to each other, you make an honest mistake, I can always support that. Right? We can always support when you're being honest, but you can't lie. You can't lie. And because what was important to us was integrity. That's what was taught to us. And that shows to a person's character. What does Green Beagle say? 13 says officers need to be assigned to neighborhoods and taken out of vehicles to get to know the citizens. There's a lot of truth to that.
Patrol.
There's a lot of truth to that. There's also a lot of truth to officers living in the communities that they're serving. So
Exactly.
if you want to come in and play cowboy, and you live 2 blocks away from that, you're gonna move differently.
Yeah.
You're gonna move
Facts.
differently. You go into the same grocery store of the person you're pulling over complaining that they got DUI. You're gonna treat people differently because listen, I always said this to myself. I lived in the community I was policing. I went to school in the community I was policing. One thing that I always said is that somebody catches me in public slipping and not paying attention, they can never say I disrespected them. They can never say I would arrest people and so I'd be like, look, John, let me explain something to you now. We got to go to jail now. All right.
Right.
Help me help you. Don't
That's
be silly.
right there.
And then as we get in this handcuffing process, we're on our way to the jail and we're having a conversation about life, about how don't allow this situation to dictate your future. Right.
Right.
So we're now talking about how you can do better. And so, hey, listen, John, I know you just committed armed robbery, but this incident doesn't define you. You're going to have to do some time though, John. You got to do some time, but allow this to be a moment where you reflect on how you could do better. When you see me in public now, it's, you know what? That's that punk officer that arrested me. But you know what? He was cool though.
Right.
He was respectable. And so, but what happens with some officers? Their ego, you guys.
Yeah.
The ego.
Go ahead. I've actually called Brooklyn Center and asked if officer could come out and have a conversation with my son, just so my son could feel comfortable enough with the police. And they actually told me no, that they didn't feel safe.
Wow.
Wow.
And I was like, really? Like, should my son feel safe or should you feel safe? I mean, I get the situation right now, but my son should really feel safe right now with you guys.
Right.
And you guys should be coming into the community and just when you guys aren't doing anything and grab a ball. My son plays basketball outside. Grab his ball, and bounce the ball with him.
Brooklyn, what is it? What is it? Brooklyn City.
It's Brooklyn Park, and then there's Brooklyn Center.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Park Police. I want to know what their community service initiatives are. I'm gonna do something about that. I'm gonna look into that. I'm curious to know what they do for the community. And here's the thing: what did the chief do? The chief quit his job.
Yeah.
He quit his job. The chief didn't do anything wrong. He quit his job. Why did he quit his job?
My son got assaulted, actually, and I had to actually call the police. It took them an hour and a half to show up. And then they didn't even make the report right. I actually had to call them the day after and ask them for a follow-up. And they had no report on it whatsoever. So I had to make sure that somebody came out and made a report on it.
Yeah, there's again, I think there's 18,000 police departments in this country. And I think that the question starts to become, what are the standards to be a police department? We focus so much on the standards of being a police officer that we forget that there needs to be standards for police departments. There needs to be standards, unwavering standards for leadership. And it's for the people. The people have to rise up and say something. So if you're in a community and you don't like the leadership from the department, you have to rise up and say something.
Yeah.
Right? You get petitions signed and start asking questions. Heads do turn, you guys.
I called the news, and the news came out to my house.
Someone said, Green Beagle said again, her actions say a lot of how poorly the agency is run. Those officers are sloppy. Those officers were sloppy.
Well, that's self-evident with the way they handled the Daunte Wright case. That is evident.
Very evident.
I
mean, if you look at Officer Lucky, he got kicked in the face with the casing, with the bullet casing, which means if she would have used the taser, Officer Lucky was still in the car.
Yeah, very bad.
Are they gonna get charges pressed against them because of their miscommunication?
No, because it wasn't their fault. You talking about the officers who responded to Daunte Wright?
Yeah.
No, because they're shielded by that because it wasn't their fault.
Right, and they didn't even know what was going on.
Correct. They can't act on information that was never provided because we have to look at the what we call the reasonable officer, right? What was his response based on what knowledge he had? He didn't have anything. All he saw was a car leaving a traffic stop. No one ever said shots were fired. No one said they had a scuffle. And then he just sees the car wreck. So all he knows is that that person in the car was armed. He knows they fled from a traffic stop. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He held his ground, and
what about the officers that were with Miss Potter?
They had a duty to do something.
Are they going to have charges pressed against them?
No, because there was no crime in that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No repercussion.
Repercussion could be lawsuits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But as far as criminal, I didn't see anything criminal. Because here's what happened. What is Sergeant Johnson? Sergeant Johnson just failed to do his job properly. He failed to lead, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't violate any laws. He tried to grab Daunte. He had both hands on him. He let go because Officer Potter said taser, taser, taser.
Right.
And then when he let go, Daunte got shot. Then he drove off in the car. These officers were only put in danger after Officer Potter shot him.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
What was the other officer's name?
Lucky.
Oh, okay.
Lucky.
Officer Lucky had his hands on Daunte as well.
Yeah.
Porter was the only person afraid. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Porter.
Wasn't he the one that communicated on the walkie-talkie that there was a shooting and he didn't, or shots fired? He didn't communicate who shot. He could have,
No, he didn't. But in his defense, he's the rookie.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, but Officer Johnson did report to the officer who then went to the accident scene that there was shots fired, which made the officer on that scene think or assume that Daunte probably had a gun as well.
Possibly, yeah. And the problem is, look how long it took him to radio that, and a lot of that was the radio interference, right? So we got to give him. We do got to be clear there was a radio interference,
right?
As well. And let me see. The chief was.
And is that the language, Officer Daly? That when there's one shot fired by a police officer, that you're still gonna announce it as shots fired.
Yeah, that is a traditional lingo for whatever reason. Yeah, it's police lingo, police jargon. It never really specifies, who shot what shot. A lot of times, the situation is so intense. Now in this situation, it was calm, right? The incident happened, and to him, he's like, "Oh, you shot your gun." Listen, this Sergeant Johnson was an imbecile. Why do I say that?
Right.
He couldn't tell the difference between a gunshot and the taser. Listen, you guys, when the taser goes off, it's like a loud hand clap.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
I've been in a car when a gun goes off, and I tell you right now, you know the difference. Okay.
Also, the proximity of the other officers, it was still okay for her to, deploy her taser.
The proximity.
that Officer Lucky was in the way, the young lady was in the way.
Yeah, the proximity of the officer is not the issue. The issue is that he had physical control over the vehicle. You know, he had physical control over the vehicle. That's the issue. If you look at my accident that I was in, you saw the video?
Oh my gosh, I saw your face. Yes, I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
In that situation, my suspect had physical control of the vehicle. In that moment, I chose not to shoot, though I would have been justified in doing so because my life was actively in danger. And I chose not to do it because I knew that if I did that, I would put everybody else around me at risk. So in that moment, here I am sacrificing in my mind myself for the greater good. You guys, that's what it means to be an officer.
Yeah.
You know, you can't teach
I
somebody
agree.
that, right? You can't teach somebody that. You know, that's the stakes. This is a high stake game. And since officers
You have to stand
are
corrected. They do teach that, though. Didn't they say that in training they taught officers?
no, I'm talking about the mentality. I'm talking about the mentality. They teach you, but when we talk about you can't teach character.
No.
Right?
No.
You can't teach integrity.
No.
And so what I say is I am risking myself, and despite the chance I might have to survive, it's not worth risking the lives of all these other people. Listen, that's not the first time I've been in a situation like that. You know, I have if you haven't voted on my channel, I have a poll on my channel about my crazy police stories. I wanted everybody to go in there and vote. So if you haven't, go to the community tab and vote on which story you want to hear me tell. And I'm going to tell a story about how I got sprayed with my own pepper spray on the job, right?
Wow.
It's a funny story, but it was a life-threatening story too. You know, I can laugh about it now, you know, but the reality is in that moment, I could have shot that person. And so why? Because my weapon was used against me. And so, but the question is though, when an officer draws his weapon, we are trained to be cognizant of everything around us. And if the risk of hurting someone else outweighs the reward, we have to be mindful of that. Right? We have to be, if I'm around a school full of children and someone shoots at me, I have to maintain discipline. And I don't fire. I don't shoot. Because the risk of possibly hitting one of those children is too great. And so the question is, we have a situation like Breonna Taylor. And you have officers who were not operating on a certain level of clarity. And they decided that it was a good idea to shoot over 30 plus rounds into a house. You have to ask yourself, where was the discipline? And the risk of not knowing your target is never what officers are supposed to do. You cannot shoot in the dark. You cannot shoot blindly. That's how Breonna Taylor died. You know, that wasn't justified, you guys. And I don't know who was in charge of prosecuting that case, but I tell you what, if that was me, it would be a different conversation prosecuting that case.
That's right.
The
With
reality,
firearms training,
the reality,
what's behind the target.
You got to know what's behind the target. You cannot shoot in the dark. That's why we carry flashlights.
Yeah.
You know, and so target identification. I understand we don't want these officers getting in trouble. I understand officers make honest mistakes, but we have to be honest about it. We got to be real. What those officers should have said was, hey, listen, you guys, I panicked. I responded and I shot. I know I'm not supposed to shoot in the dark, you guys, but I panicked. Be transparent with the people. The people want to support us when we're honest.
Right.
When we're honest, the people want to support us when we're honest. But the moment we start acting deceptive, because we are about self-preservation, and when you get the mindset of self-preservation, that's coming from the mind of a guilty conscience.
You got to be willing to take responsibility for action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that is the problem.
Especially if you want everybody else that you're talking to and you're, you know, having contact with to do the same.
Yes.
You know, people will not respect you if
That's the problem.
You want me to be accountable for jumping the train style, but you're not accountable for the things that you've done.
That's exactly
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Even though they were not very, they were just mistakes.
Yeah.
But I don't believe
not,
it was a mistake anymore, though. After having this deep conversation, the evilness, I just can't buy it anymore. It's,
yeah. People are tired. People are tired of, and I think that's what made me step up, you guys. People are tired of it. People have a right to be tired of it. People are asking for some real change, and that's what
big respect,
motivated.
brother Nathan. Big respect.
Thank you.
Officer Daly, but you said that you also do. You give. You still working within the department to try to give them like standards or information on or suggestions on how to better themselves or how to work a little bit more, improve situation.
No. Someone asked me about that. Someone said I'd be good to go to departments and
Yes, because you're like the middle person. You're a liaison for both.
I would love to do something like that. I haven't thought about it. Honestly, I got on YouTube to I felt this was the best way to get the message and get the conversation started. And I think that's something definitely in the future that can happen. I think that only happens based on the responses that you guys give, right? Based on your support, you show people that the message is wanted. So I urge people who believe in this to help spread the message. Get in your communities. If you truly want change, get your communities to sign up and join the channel, right? Subscribe to the channel. That's how we build this, right? So when we say, what can the people do in order to affect change? If you see someone who has a message, if you see someone who's doing something, get behind it. And how do you do it? You tell your friends, tell your family, right? Spread the message. What would it look like if this channel gained 1 million subscribers, right?
Well,
what would it look like? And those people be able to share this message and the message spread. I've seen some people on here who talk about police stuff and they have a massive following and their content is toxic.
Yes.
Their content is counterproductive. Their content is politically based.
Self-preservation.
It's self-preservation.
Yes.
Right? It's self-preservation. And you look at what could be used for that platform. And you ask yourself, why is it not being used for that? Because you guys, division is profitable.
It is.
I'm talking unity all day. And listen, we got 120 people in here.
Right.
I don't get paid. I don't get paid to do this. If anything, I become more of a target. But I'm used to being a target. I'm used to being attacked, right? I have people in my own community. I can go on my way to try to save their life, and they'll turn around and call me a slave catcher.
Wow.
No one asks how that makes me feel to call me an Uncle Tom, to call me a sellout, right? Because I'm holding you accountable for kicking in somebody's door.
Yes.
For preventing you from selling drugs and pushing poison into the same community I live in. I'm a sellout. And so,
but they want to destroy the community,
and they want to destroy the community. So we have to, granted, I know why they feel that way, because there's a perception that officers are working for the white man, quote unquote, and they were here to lock them up and do them harm. That's not true. It's not true. We have to talk about these black myths that are consuming our community and creating negative outcomes. What does the Lily Speaks say? She said, a great person to show what the standard is. Oh, I love that.
Big facts.
I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Big facts.
Miss Lily sure is pretty.
Lily is pretty. Let's go back to Lily. Hold on. Let me find out.
Where's want to be a matchmaker here.
Right? Lily. Okay. You're right. You're right. Go ahead, Lily.
You.
Hey, you like it for me? Okay. Okay. Look, Margie trying to make it happen. What did Jerry Mitchell say? You could try to start your own consulting company, take it from there.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah. I like that. My priority right now is to build this audience here on YouTube. And after I get this audience built, I think that would be a great idea. I'm a guy, I don't really multitask that well, I'm gonna be honest. Eventually I'm gonna need help, and
Right.
but the mission, what would be the mission? The mission is to help educate, provide insight. That's my mission right now.
Right.
And I think as people start to see that the message is resonating and people are in agreement, then we take that message and we spread it to departments. And we start. I actually did if you guys haven't seen the radio interview I did with Dr. Rashad Ritchie.
Yeah.
He's a very educated man. And he has a lot of choice words for policing. And he wants to hold officers accountable. And he wants to uplift good officers. And, we don't agree on everything.
Is Dr. Rashad, is he the Harvard professor?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure if he is a professor at all. I'm not too sure. But if you look on my channel, I did you'll see the radio interview I did about it. Take a look at that. It's like 13 minutes. We had a quick conversation about police reform.
Yeah.
And we spoke. We end up emailing and talking off radio. And I'm gonna reach out to him next year to have a conversation about how we can pilot some of my ideas to these local departments here in Georgia.
Right.
And this is a start, you guys. It's all about making a start.
Yeah.
It's all about
you definitely headed in the right direction, brother, because this is long overdue. We needed this conversation and a platform like this. So big ups to
Who
you.
knows? It could become a domino effect where there's one police officer speaking up, another police officer, bridging those divides. I mean, this is wonderful.
Yes. That's what we're gonna do.
My uncle was a police officer out of Atlanta, but he retired like 5 years ago, though. So
Oh, really? Shout out to him. And Don Summer says my father-in-law just passed away. Was an officer for 48 years. My condolences to your father-in-law. And
my condolences to you.
Yes, we uplift officers here, you guys, and I love all officers, even when we make mistakes. But listen, I'm a servant, you guys. I'm a servant, and I love to serve people. So when I see people come into the service business and they do a poor job, it pisses me off. It's no different than seeing your pastor and you're there in church and you're having a good time and you find out your pastor has been doing a lot of things that he had no business doing.
Right.
Like having an affair?
amongst many things, right.
Right.
Amongst many things, it doesn't feel good. And I always say, if you can't handle the position, don't do the job.
Yeah,
I agree.
Move on.
Yeah, it's not for you, and it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay if it's not for you. But if you know you're weak in certain areas, don't do it.
Yeah,
don't do it.
Have the humility to step down, to step away from that.
Thank you. Thank you. So you guys, listen. We're at 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Wow. Epic stream.
Listen, people were shocked. My first live stream was 2 days ago, and I did 5 hours, and I had such a good time. And Margie was there. I had such a good time. It was a lot of support, and we talked about a lot, covered a lot. I still have to go back there and chop the video up, and I'm really passionate about this, you guys, and I really respect and appreciate your words and sharing the things you shared. It says a lot. And then, we never had this level of communication before over the last 30 years, 36 years. So people are getting to share their experiences. I have some great solutions, you guys, for these problems. So I thought long and hard about it. And I'm going to, as this channel grows and we get that support, I'll be able to share it. And the thing is this, I don't care if it's my idea. I need the idea to resonate. I don't care who takes the idea and turns it into life, because it's not about me. This is bigger than me, right? So this is why I said the challenge is for us to help grow this channel, to help get people to subscribe, to get more ears and eyes, and then I'm going to share my vision. I'm going to share my vision with everyone, and who is in a position to make change should make it, right? And so what was I going to say? Listen, you guys, I have a nonprofit for law enforcement officers, and it's called the Blue Phoenix Initiative. You see, I wear my I always it's the wrong side.
It's on my screen, on the right side of the screen.
And it's on the screen. And this nonprofit is very important to me because it's here to help police officers who've been severely injured in the line of duty. And my objective is to go out here and help rebuild the relationship with officers in the community. The purpose of the nonprofit is to alert citizens in the community where the officer lives, right? Where the officer works. And so when an officer in the community is injured, the citizens will be notified. It gives the citizens an opportunity to reach out to that officer and send a care package, a thank you card, a get well card. And what does that do? That lets the officer know that the people that the officer is serving cares about that officer.
Right.
Cares, right? There's so many officers that get injured every single day. And a lot of times no one knows about it because it doesn't make the news. And I think the purpose for the nonprofit is to rebuild that love, that connection, that bond between the officers and the community. And so if you ever get a chance, to take a look at the website, it's risebluephoenix.org. And you'll be seeing some advertisement come out. I'm going to be putting out a marketing video promoting the nonprofit. And I'm starting here in Georgia and connecting the police departments and getting that operation started. And so, again, you guys, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you sharing. For all the subscribers, everybody in the chat right now, thank you so much for being a part of this stream. It means a lot to me. I assure you, and I promise you, I am going to push and be an agent of change. But I will say this, I can't do it without support. I'm just a man with an idea. I'm a man with a vision.
Right.
And so we have to make sure that we are also, when you see someone who is doing something that you want to support, get behind it. We have too many people in this country that are standing for things that mean absolutely nothing, and they get all the support and attention. And we always overlook those who are working the hardest, who really have their heart in the right place. And so if you want change, believe in change, let's do it. I believe we can fix this problem, and we can definitely significantly reduce a lot of the issues. There's too many people that get killed in these police encounters, and we can reduce it. Absolutely agree, we can reduce it. So any final words on the panel, you guys, before I psych you out? It's love. Thank you again. Please email me, and we're going to talk about this Mission Impossible. You too, Mr. T.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job today, brother. I really appreciate the insight.
All right, absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Share the love, spread the love.
Yes,
all right.
Yep, I'll email you.
All right.
Officer Daly, look into that young lady. I don't know if we should believe, what was said.
What's that?
The young lady that the juror that she didn't want to be selected for.
Oh yeah, I gotta see that. Yeah, I want to see
that. If you look at the pool of the first people that were selected, remember the first day, the first selection, she would be like the fourth or fifth, and she was a young woman.
Okay.
She gave her reasons why she did not want to be selected.
Help me look for it. Let's do some research on that. Because I'll do some. Okay, Ebony. Shout out to Ebony. She said great live tonight. Thank you, Ebony. I appreciate that.
But it's now that I listen to, Miss Love and Mr. T, their experience. Now it's absolutely believable. I can absolutely believe what that juror said. That particular.
Yes. See, this is why it's so interesting. I have a special task for them. We're gonna have some interesting conversation about this. And what do I want to say about that? I will say that this is a reflection of what people are complaining about.
Yes, sir.
This is what people are complaining about. and you can't ignore it. Who would dare ignore that? Right? There are some officers that don't know how to handle the power they're given. And there needs to be safeguards to when those things happen. That's why I said, did you file a complaint? Right? Did you make a complaint? Because those are paper trails. People get to see that. I'm shocked.
The fear of retaliation.
That's true too. That's true.
Just like you said, the people in the hood also don't snitch because then they fear that the person's going to retaliate against them. It works for the blue as well. Like we're afraid to make a complaint because, oh my God, it's going to come back to haunt me.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be ticketed for everything. I have to walk like an angel because she will watch my every move I make. And according to Mr. T, that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, and see, and those are things. Yeah, those are things that are unacceptable. You know, and there's some things that need to change. You know, and it's okay. I mean, I think what it is we're given opportunities to make a difference, to make a change. We need to do it.
Is it possible that they could have, like, even in the medical field, we have liaisons, and that meaning a person that will intervene, you know, between the healthcare workers and the patient's bill of rights. In the departments, do they have liaisons that can look at both sides and then sit both people down and have like some sort of communication going on, some sort of, you know, not disputes.
I would say I can't speak on all departments. We didn't have it in the departments I worked at. I think that's a great idea. I think I have a reform idea for something similar. But one of the problems is that we forget is that it requires participation. You will be surprised how there are departments that create a lot of events and things that they want to get the community involved in. You'd be surprised how many don't show up. And you'd be surprised how many people aren't participating, right? I think we've gotten so comfortable with the idea that the police are just here to do the job. And as long as they don't mess up, we don't really want to know anything about what's going on, right?
Yeah.
We don't care about what goes on until it's an issue. And I think that's the wrong attitude to have. I think that we entrust people with power. We need to make sure we stay on top of them. I think we've gotten very comfortable with allowing people to run free with unchecked power.
Right. Unchecked power. Unchecked word.
And so the thing is this, people ask for transparency, but nobody wants to be there to look through the glass. So that needs to be something that needs to be talked about. If the community has an issue, then community needs to be present. And so I do agree with you. You do need that balance. I think the community is responsible for creating that atmosphere.
So is it possible that you can petition so that perhaps the community could do it, if not in person, that there could be like what we're doing right now, that you're acting almost like a liaison?
I am, and that's why that's why I use the word translator. You know, I absolutely am working on being a liaison for both sides, and the question is,
but you see how I'm invisible? You can't see who I am. Is it possible that you can have other police departments do the same?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to want to do it though, right? You have to want to do it. And if I'm a department, or if I'm a person or a community that doesn't feel like there's anything wrong, then why would I show up? But see, the difference is if we have a community here on this channel of 1 million+ people who are saying, hey, this cannot be ignored. We want you to have this conversation. I'll reach out to departments. The departments they will do it. A lot of departments will do it and some won't do it. Some won't do it. There are some departments, you guys, and we're just going to be honest, that don't want that transparency.
Like that Brooklyn
because some of them don't even participate in the survey that the FBI, the federal government, requests for.
What is that? Wait, you're opening up a can of worms. What FBI forms?
So the federal government has a let's look at it like this. They want to identify police encounters, right? The use of force, right? They want to know a list of information like the use of forces, who did it, why it was done, like a lot of detailed stuff about police encounters. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, maybe only 30% of the police departments in this country participated.
Not even 50. Not even half.
I have to double check, but I don't think it was definitely less than half. And so they argue a multitude of things, the money to do it and the time, the inconvenience. And again, so there's some data that's missing. And we just have to be honest. Why can't we get 100% participation?
Is it done manually or computerized, this particular form?
It's computerized. Some departments are real archaic. They're behind times, right? They're still doing stuff by paper. And who knows? There could be a multitude of reasons why. So I'm not going to assume the worst, but the reality is, how important is this for us to do? Again, is it a priority? Are the people making it a priority?
Both sides. Beneficial to both sides, because we can have a better understanding from what your perspective, and you can have an understanding from the community's perspective.
I agree.
This data is where we see what is missing, who's doing it, why are we doing this? Correct.
But it's an initiative started by the federal government, meaning that doesn't mean the states can't do it, right? So we have to look at the writing on the wall, right? People are complaining they want more complete data on police encounters. The states can do it, right? The states can do it themselves. So I mean, there's a lot of funny business that goes on these days, but again, I'm here for transparency, because being transparent, translating properly from both sides will have better outcomes for everybody. What happened to Daunte Wright shouldn't have happened, right? It shouldn't have happened.
Never have happened.
And it happened for a lot of different reasons. There's no simple answer to why Daunte Wright got shot. The simple one is that the officer didn't do her job properly. The simple one is that Daunte Wright resisted arrest. But to be honest, when you go past that, there is a multitude of reasons why that happened.
I saw 5 reasons that I know he was no saint, I know that.
Correct.
But it's still, you can't be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. It's not your job.
No, you cannot.
I think it's ego. Exactly what you said about ego. She went on this ego trip. I felt almost like she wanted to show off to the new rookie, who was a 3-year veteran in any case.
Yes,
she wanted to exert her. I don't know what she had, a Napoleon complex, perhaps.
No,
and she wanted her power in front of the new rookie, and because even a taser, I just don't feel like it was called for a taser.
It wasn't called for a taser. She should have used her hands. There was no call for a taser in that moment. She should have used her hands. And I think what those two callers said, those two callers describing their experience, she suffered from an ego problem, right? She suffered from an ego problem, and she was extremely arrogant. Who smiles in their mugshot after being convicted for killing somebody?
Yeah, and she didn't even have the face to. She's not no Paris Hilton. Let me put it to you this way.
Of course, but she smiled.
Paris Hilton smiled in her mugshot, but
yeah, the disrespect and the lack of respect, it showed all in her face.
Her colors are truly she's just literally showing her true colors as time passes. I mean, like I said, I watched the video very carefully. I watched it almost in slow motion. And I saw that, wait a minute, you cried when this was going on. They're telling you that you were found guilty in all counts. And all she did was she put a face as if she was angry at the jurors.
Right.
They wanted to do their job.
Correct.
Then she wanted the judge to let her out on that bail. What was it, $100,000 bail? And the judge was like, nope, you have to be treated like everyone else. I'm not going to treat you any different. I was surprised, pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, and I'm glad she did that. And I wanted to comment on this gentleman Sims, and it's probably a robot, but it's always good to mention, right? Dislike for supporting the pigs that destroy the black people. So we get these, right? We get these. I mean, and that's okay because there's 1,000 more that feel the same way.
And at least they're listening, so maybe they'll eventually open up their eyes. Because I'd like to be the middle ground person to see both sides. Hey, I've been arrested. Okay,
we did talk about that. Yeah, we did talk about that last
year. I'm a registered nurse, for crying out loud. I've been arrested.
Yeah, and that's, we got to talk about those things. And the problem is people aren't above the law, right? And then people turn around and say neither are the police, right? So it becomes a tricky argument. Common Man 80 says like the ones that don't want to wear body cams. Yeah. See, listen. At this stage in the game, because of all the stuff that's going on, there shouldn't be one department that wouldn't want their officers to have body cams because it protects the officers.
But why do they have the right to like turn it off? Like, okay, I don't want
every department sets their own policy, right? Every department. So my thing is, we have to get mature enough, even as a community, as people in this country, and say, listen, we're not okay with that. We don't like that policy as a community. We want all our officers. When it comes to police reform, I would never suggest something that would make an officer's safety, jeopardize an officer's safety. I would never. And there are some things that you can ask for, you might not know, you might not be understanding, and be like, hey, we want this done differently with our officers. And I would tell you, say, hold on, Marge. Here's the problem. That creates an unsafe situation for the officer. We're not going to roll with that. That's me translating to you about the job of an officer, something that you would not understand, right? I'll say that's not a good idea because it puts the officer in danger. You might not recognize or realize that, right? And so here's the thing. What do body cameras do? Does it put an officer in danger? No, actually, it helps the officer. Right? It helps the officer. So why would you not want that? At this stage in the game, every police department should have body. It's expensive, but I think that's an expense that people are willing to pay in order to be able to see these interactions. People need to see it. Yes, we work for y'all. So at the end of the day, if you're having an encounter with a person, your body camera should be on. But surprised I haven't been arrested yet. I've come to pretty damn. Hold on.
Oh my God.
What did Nero 2006 say? I'm surprised I haven't been arrested yet. I've come pretty damn close a few times.
You got a lot of thugs amongst us all.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good. I've almost been arrested by the police. I might have to use that as one of my stories. The time I got arrested. Yeah, I got put in handcuffs and detained and everything.
Not fun. It's not fun.
It isn't fun. I got to tell that story. Remind me, Margie, to tell that story. I'm going to add that to the next story sequence. The day Officer Kelly almost went to jail. Yeah.
You have to also address qualified immunity. That's something I want you to touch on.
Okay.
So it could give me a better understanding, because like me as a healthcare worker, I have insurance. So why, if I'm saving a life, I still have to get backed up by having this insurance in case I make a mistake and I get sued, then I'm backed.
That's what I talked about with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, that I believe officers should have insurance. Officers should be insured. That would fix the qualified immunity issue, It would. And then also it'll protect the taxpayer as well from these frivolous laws. Now listen, DAUNTE WRIGHT's estate is going to sue the police department. They're going to make money.
They are. Rightfully so.
And rightfully so. They're supposed to get paid. There's millions of dollars that get forked out because officers make mistakes. And, to be honest, and then these officers make the mistakes and then they're back on the job, right? So if we had it set up to where officers are insured, you can work as long as someone's willing to insure you. So if they're willing to take the risk, right? If they're willing to take the risk and insure you, get to keep your job.
Yeah.
What did he say? So what did Jerry say? Jerry Mitchell, because most healthcare workers work for private hospitals and not municipal states. That's true.
But I'm backed by both. I'm backed by the institution that I work for, but I'm also backing myself just in case the institution decides to go against me. Because in a lot of times during medical mistakes, the institution will side with the patient and you're screwed.
Right.
So you got to cover yourself as well.
I like the idea of, say you have a department, the department covers 50, you cover 50%, right? So you have both parties with their hands in the pot. So the department's looking at you like, listen, we're not going to be forking out $500,000 with your policy if you're not out here doing your job. So it keeps everybody honest. But Jerry Mitchell, that's interesting. I'm about to look into that more and see. But again, I have some ideas I'm going to pilot here in Georgia. And we'll see, and I believe they'll work. But again, we're talking about what can we do about the qualified immunity thing. Officers have to have protection. We can't do the job and not be protected. The problem with qualified immunity is it's a double-edged sword. It can protect bad and good officers. So the question is, how can we safeguard it in a way to where we don't create a safe haven for officers who are doing bad, right? I think that's what people want to address. So next time. Yeah, next time we'll go in it deep. She said, where does that money come from? Which money you talking about, for the insurance? We need an insurance company that'd be willing to insure police officers.
Yeah, insurance companies might be a little hesitant to insure you if 3 times you shot somebody.
Exactly.
Like, oh no,
you're too, and you might have been justified. Here's the thing: you might have been justified in the shooting, but the insurance company's like, yeah, but you're costing us. Sorry, we're dropping you. And so what's Jerry saying? And how about if then at the end of the year, the officers get all their insurance money back? Shoot, now you talking, Jerry. Now you talking.
I get insurance back?
Yeah, provided they didn't have any claims. That's
really good.
See, that's what I'm talking about, you guys. This is the power of having these conversations. Because I never thought of that.
That's a wonderful idea.
I think it's a great idea.
See, now you got the insurance company at the end of the year. Yeah, that's money in my bank.
It's money in my bank. And so, I mean, these are things, right? This is how we sell it. But this is why we need to bring the community, the nation together to say, let's really talk about this. Because our politicians aren't doing nothing, right? Let's be honest. They're owned and paid for, unfortunately. What do you say? No, when they sue. Oh, the money comes from the taxes that the people give to the city. So they have like a budget, the county, the government, city government.
For real now, I'm not giving anything unless you push me to give.
So they get that money. So when the people in the community pay taxes, the local state taxes, when you pay state taxes, all that stuff goes into these things, and all these municipalities, these cities and things like that, they have their own budgets. They have budgets that they separate a portion of that budget for police, lawsuits and things of that nature. They have a budget put aside for that every year that they dig into when they have issues. So all those come from the tax dollars of the people.
So if
that money, he's going to be sued. Say they're going to sue and say they get $10 million. That's $10 million that could have went into the same impoverished community where Daunte Wright was running around in, right? Or that same impoverished community that we're complaining has issues with education or need more social programming. So you look at this domino effect. You had an officer who made a mistake, a bad one. That officer gets sued. The person who they injured or killed now gets $10 million. That goes to that well-deserved, right? You took a life that shouldn't have been taken. That $10 million could have been used to fix the same community that Daunte Wright came from, that has created this cycle of issues and drama and crime and poverty. So you just look at, what if we can fix this one thing, right? So we look at this stuff, but I'm a big visionary, so
yeah, but never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Now, I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Let's say, can they go after Officer Potter's estate in the civil lawsuit, or it has to be the department?
No, that's where the qualified immunity comes in.
Oh wow.
That's what people are talking.
We gotta dig deep on this.
Yeah, because the issue is people are saying, listen, if qualified immunity wasn't there, then you'd be able to sue her estate. You'd be able to get her pension and things like that. You can sue her and seize her home. Say she had a home that was worth $400 million. You get to take her home. Say you get a settlement for $1 million. Well, the court is like, okay, well, she has a $500,000 home. You get to keep that. She has 2 cars. You get to keep that. She has you get to dip into her pension. You get to get into that. So that's what people are saying. If officers were at risk of being sued, they would move differently, right? They would take that in consideration when they're acting. And so that's why the question of qualified immunity comes up, because people believe that if officers were at risk of being sued, that they would manage their behavior differently.
Would qualified immunity also protect her? Shouldn't it? Let me rephrase this. Shouldn't it have protected her so that she shouldn't have gone even to jury, to before?
No, it's only for civil. It's only for civil,
Oh, okay.
criminal, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I'm learning a lot from you.
Don't worry, we're gonna talk about it. Marge,
Okay.
Marge, you might as well join the channel. Marge, you might as well join the channel.
Let me be a moderator.
That too. I need to make you a moderator as well. Put a message in the chat real quick. I'll turn you into a moderator while I get in here. And
thank you so much for having this platform. I just can't thank you enough. And I have to.
Pleasure.
I'm gonna do some harass a couple of people to join the channel, because
there we go. Yes.
Whatever I have to do, because I don't want to hear them talking unless they've watched your channel, and then we can have an adult conversation, as you say it.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Yes, do that. And then drop something in the chat real quick. Let me make you a moderator and give you a wrench. You have earned it. You've earned a wrench. And you guys, I know we still got 100, almost 100 strong. Listen, you guys, thank you, Margie. Drop that message in. All right. And I'll talk to you later. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Listen, thank you guys. I know I got my friend here 4 hours. Yeah, I know. I'm long-winded. I don't get a chance to do this much, and I'm so excited. I jumped on at a spark of the drop of the dime because of the verdict hit that Officer Potters was convicted. And you guys, this is not a celebration. This is not a celebration because someone lost their life, right? We're not celebrating. This is bittersweet. A man lost his life, right? A mother lost her son. A father lost his son. A child lost his father. And now what do we see with Officer Potters? Like her, love her, hate her. She was a mother. She was a wife. Okay? No one wins in this. No one wins, you guys. And that's the reality. The reality, there are no winners. The parents are going to get paid. Right? They're going to sue. They're going to get paid. It's not going to bring their child back. So there are no winners. Why am I doing this channel? There's a need for change. The people have called for it. This is not a black issue. It's not a white issue. This is an American problem. This is an American problem. And there are some unique problems within the black community in regards to police. A very unique problem that requires a scalpel, you guys. We have to get surgical with it. We have to get surgical. So, there are a lot of unique issues. And listen, we always say this is chess and it's not checkers, you guys, but the problems within my community is like a Rubik's Cube. And it's going to take our best and our brightest to solve it. But if we don't step up and we don't do anything, if we continue to point fingers and blame one another, insult one another, shame one another, and pretend that we don't have a problem, we won't fix it, you guys. We won't fix it. And if we don't fix this racial conflict in this country, we're going to implode. We're going to implode, you guys. We cannot stay like this. We just can't. We can't be afraid to have a conversation with someone who doesn't look like us. You know, understand division is power, you guys. Division is power, but unity, right? People are using us. People want us to be divided. All right, people want us to be divided. And division is a choice. Division is a choice. And I think that at the end of the day, what do we really need to do? We need to have a conversation. Sometimes people say things that comes off offensive. Sometimes people don't know our story. People don't understand the history of what goes on. Listen, you guys, slavery is over. All right. The people responsible for that are not here. What we have are some insensitive people in this country. But sometimes we have to push past ignorance for the bigger purpose, for the bigger goal, right? We got to push past that, you guys. People would insult me every single day. And I never let that take me off of the mission. We have to become less sensitive. We have to be more open for dialogue. In this channel over here, I tell you guys, welcome to this channel, right? Welcome to my new subscribers. I say, make yourself at home. Make yourself at home, you guys. We are here to talk about things that need to be solved. This is not a channel about complaining. We're bigger than that. We have adult conversations. And listen, I'm not perfect. I'm not going to get it right all the time. I'm not above mistakes. And I'll be the first one to apologize. You guys, listen, this is bigger than me. I'm just a vessel. I had an opportunity. I had a unique experience, 13 years being an officer. But listen, people ask what makes a good officer. They say training isn't long enough. No, you know when you become an officer? The moment you were born. Listen to me. The moment you were born, that's when your training starts. If you're a servant of the people, what am I looking at? I'm looking at who raised you. I'm looking at your religion. I'm looking at your values. I'm looking at your morals. I'm looking at how you interact with others. This is what makes an officer. Their experiences, not just in the academy, but throughout life. And if you want to understand an officer, you look at their life. You look at who were they before they put that uniform on. I tell you guys, we're all different. None of us are created equal. No police officer is created equal. Every police department is different. And the moment we start looking at it like that, we can judge properly, examine properly. All police officers are not created equal. And when you understand where an officer came from, you can understand where they're going. And if you examine those things, everything starts to make sense. Yep. Everything makes sense. Officer Potter suffered from an ego problem, amongst probably everything, right? I don't know her. But I can tell you from the little bit that I did know that she has a problem. And she had a group of officers who are willing to defend her on the stand. You guys, she's not the only one out here. This is the problem in this profession. Just like any other profession, you have people in it who shouldn't be in it. You have people who started off good, become tainted, have become corrupt. This is a part of it, you guys. The question is, how can we safeguard the good officers? How do we keep people from going in and contaminating this pool, right? I think it opens the door for a lot of conversations. We're going to have it here on this channel. I urge everybody, if you are here for the task and you're here for the mission, spread the message, right? There's 100 people in here. You should share this channel with 2 other people. Tell them to share it with 2 other people. If you are here for change, then we have to come together and figure it out. Right? So, listen, you guys, if you have not already and you're new to this channel, please subscribe. Would love to have you. I want to give a special thank you to the moderators. Thank you so much. Gail at Night, if you guys aren't familiar with her, she is the #1 moderator. Thank you to all my moderators on the channel. Gail, I really, really, really appreciate you. I'm so grateful for you. Again, you guys, thank you so much for staying tuned. We had the live stream the other day and it was amazing. This is my second live stream. Yeah, it's going to be a journey. I told you guys from the beginning on these videos I was making, it's going to be a journey. It's going to be a journey. So you guys, listen, happy holidays to you. Please be safe. Please be safe out here. And we will pick this back up after the holidays, you guys. And yeah, great live stream. I kind of don't want to go, but I'm starving. My body's hurting, you guys. I'm still in recovery mode. And what else do I want to say? Craig Mathis, what Craig talking about in this last minute? Craig, you had all night. You could have came up here and said your piece. If you want to say something, Craig, before I get off, you're more than happy to get on the live stream now. We could talk about it. What Craig say? Craig said, so by your comments, I'm probably hungry already. Yeah. Craig said, what Craig say? So by your comments, you're saying she intended to kill Daunte. Stop trying to read something into her mugshot that may fit your agenda. Craig, listen, I've been doing this job for a long time. I've been doing this job for a long time, Craig. I understand people very well. All right. I understand people very well. Her smiling in that mugshot says a lot. And if you don't think so, I don't know what to tell you. All right. I respect your opinion. I will say that. But you're talking about someone who has arrested hundreds of criminals who smile. All right. So I'm gonna leave it at that. And not only that, we had 2 people that came up here and spoke, and gave some personal testimony with their encounters with Officer Potters. Anyways, listen, you guys, again, thank you so much for being a part of the channel. Thank you for sticking with me in this live stream. It was a lot. It was some good information. We had a good discussion, good conversation. I can't wait to go back and chop this up. And with that, you guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful. And with that, you guys, listen. Let these truths find you where those lies have left you, you guys. Let these truths find you where the lie has left you. And with that, good night and God bless.